yeah. How are you doing on this special day? Keeping your motive in a special way.
Yasharel were gone forth out of the land of Misraim. The same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai. For they were departed from Rephidim, and were come to the desert of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness, and there Yasharel camped before the mountain. And Shemaiah went up unto Elohim, and Yah called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shalt thou say to the house of Yaakov, and tell the children of Yasharel, You have seen what I did unto the Mizraimites, and how I bore you on eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself. Now therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then you shall be a peculiar treasure unto me, above all people, for all the earth is mine. You shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, and a Kodesh nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Yasharel.
Yah promised he would give us a kingdom. We disobeyed and fell into a syndrome.
We are the sons and daughters of the covenant of Yah.
Yah said in the lands of our captivity, when we return, he will give us liberty. Return back to our land of nativity, kingdom of priests for the whole wide world to see. Oh yeah. Here we go now. Here we go now.
We are the sons and daughters of the covenant of Yah.
Yeah. 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 Oh yeah.
We are the sons and daughters of the covenant of Yah.
We will reign for 1,000 years with him. Kings and priests having God's law with him. We will pay for the trials and tribulations. That's when the world will pay us our full reparations.
Reparations.
All right, Shabbat Shalom, Baruch Shabbat, bless Shabbat. How's everybody doing this week? I'm a little. I rested a little extra this morning, so I'm kind of trying to get myself together here. But prayerfully, you all had a good week. Get a little sound check going here right quick. Yeah, needed some extra rest this morning. Uh, this was a full week, full. I did almost 70 hours this week, and so praise Yah. Greetings, my brother. King's at it again. Shabbat shalom, my brother. Shabbat shalom. Hallelujah. Right. Hallelujah. We have a good lesson today. This is I want to say, how much time do we have? I want to say 7 days from now we'll be in the next calendar month. So what I might do is I might do a two-part. If I, Shabbat is a day of rest and replenishing and rejuvenating, and so sometimes I attempt to do certain things, but I I think the resting takes a precedence. I don't know if y'all saw my post this morning. Everything was pretty good, my brother. He said, "How was everything?" Everything was pretty good, so other than the long hours. Those of you all that are subscribed to the channel, um, I'm kind of using the message board as like a Twitter type, where I'll put like thoughts. It might not be every day, but as thought comes in my mind, like this morning, I put on the website on the YouTube channel. So if you click on the YouTube channel and you go to the let's see, let me see if I can bring it up. If you go to the website under community or post, you'll see question I asked was the Shabbat Sabbath of rest is just that, a day of rest, refreshing and rejuvenation, right? But actually was a question, but I didn't put the question mark in there. So what is the Shabbat to you? What does it mean to you? And I gave there's two answers to that question. The Shabbat is a day that we keep for religious purposes. And the second answer was it is the time the time in which we get renewed. I kind of left a word out there. It is the time in which we get renewed, refreshed, and rejuvenated and instructed. I couldn't edit it back because once I clicked it, but y'all get the point. The Shabbat, the Sabbath is what it is, a day of rest, right? So, and I left a passage from Paul where he says that according to Genesis 2, Yah rested on the seventh day, which means to repose, to rest, to sleep, tranquility. Means to have stillness or soundness of mind, right? That is to desist from exertion, right? And I put a violation of the commandment could lead to illness or premature death. And then I use Paul, 1 Corinthians 11:30, which says, "For this cause many are weak and sickly among you, and many sleep," right? So that's the thought I have for this morning on that. The Sabbath has been made out to be a religious day in many circles, even in the Hebrew Israelite circle. But when you go to the 7-day Sabbath as it is in Genesis 2, right, it's a day of refreshing, a day of replenishing. And like I said, many people don't utilize this Shabbat to be refreshed, right? I think there's a passage that says something about uh, how to say, if you keep your feet, let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Y'all gotta excuse me. I didn't open up my scriptures app. And let's see. And I need to share my screen so we can be on the same page. Okay, let's do this here. All right, let's put this here. And let's see. Just bear with me a second. We're going to get into the lesson. I just want to just kind of share this thought with the viewers, that the Most High just put on my heart to share this morning, because so many people, okay, I think I got it now. Let's blow this up full mass for now. Okay, what I want to do is I want to go to Isaiah. Where he talks about keeping your feet from polluting the Shabbat. Uh, 58, that's it, 58. Okay, Isaiah 58. It says, Yah shall guide, if thou turn away thy foot from the Shabbat, from doing thy pleasure on my Kodesh day, and call the Shabbat a delight, right? So a couple of things here that pops up in this particular passage. If thou wilt turn away, that's the word, I think that's shub, right? Shub, which means to return, turn away thy foot. Okay. That's the Hebrew regal, which means this is thy foot, by implication, a step, by euphemism, the pudenda. Okay. So what is a pudenda? That's a good question. Where's Chuck Smith Dictionary here? Pudenda, let's see. Let's do it this way. Let's go. Let's go to Dictionary Online. Okay, Dictionary Online. And we're going to, let's bring this over here. And let's see, what I want to do is pudenda. What's up, pudenda? Dictionary, okay. Let's do American Heritage. I like the American Heritage. Just bear with me a second there, brothers and sisters. I know I'm kind of seem like I'm getting off started to a slow start, but let's see. Okay, let's bring this over here. Okay, pudenda. Now, pudenda, Pudenda. Pudenda. Okay, pudenda, it says, is what? The external genitals of a human, especially of a woman. So interesting. Now, this is where people say, well, some people say, my husband won't let me make love on the Shabbat. Well, that word there is referring to that. So when you look at that, it's turn away thy foot from the Shabbat. It's interesting that same word, right? That same word, turn away from thy foot, which is Raquel. Which one was it? Pudenda? Yeah, Raquel says by euphemism, the pudenda. That's interesting, right? Okay. I don't want to get too analytical with that, uh, but the point I want to make is this right here. It says that if let me blow this back up here. Okay, if thou turn thy foot away aside from the Shabbat from doing thy pleasure on my Kodesh day. So that pleasure is dealing with everything that's pleasurable. The Hebrew word kafetz, pleasure, desire, valuable. So it's about you. The Shabbat day is about Yah. Okay, you rest and being refreshed. Refreshing times of refreshing comes from. I think Acts says something about that. Times of refreshing comes from. I'm gonna give it to you. Okay, this is Acts 3:19. It says, "Repent ye therefore and be converted, that your sins may be blotted out, when the times of refreshing shall come from the presence of Yah." There it is. So the times of refreshing, uh, the times of refreshing come from the presence of Yah. So the Shabbat, that's the point I want to make. So many people, it says, so many people are sick, and so many people are sick. And how did it go? Wait a minute, what was that? First Corinthians 11:30. Okay, First Corinthians. Oh, I don't want to butcher it, so let's read it again. First Corinthians 11:30. Right, 11:30. Okay, he said, "For this cause, many sleep, many are weak." That's it, weak. That's what I missed. Many are weak. Right, weak meaning what? In the Greek text, it says strengthless. Right? Many are weak and sickly, have infirmity are sick among you, and many do what? Many sleep. Many sleep, slumber, cease, right? So that's what the Most High wants us to get out of the Shabbat, right? We made it to be a religious day. We battle with Christians about which day is the Sabbath. It's not even about which day it is. Of course, that's a no-brainer. I mean, the word Sabbath comes from the word Sabit, which means seven. So we don't have to argue at that point. But the point is that the Most High want us to not don't be so much into argumentative about which day is the Shabbat as much as is to the purpose of the Shabbat, right? So you can add years to your life, right, by honoring keeping the Shabbat. That's what it's all about, right? I'm getting younger. Man, I'll tell you, I got these young kids in an uproar. They trying to figure out how is it that on my last day I worked 70 hours almost. I worked from Sunday through Thursday, and I worked about 13 hours Thursday, and then came home and went bowling until 11 at night, and got home and I still had energy, right? It's because and we're gonna get to the lesson. Don't get distracted. I just wanted to share something, a nugget that'll help you out in your life, right? Stress is the number one killer amongst our people. We got Israelites that's stressed, or allowing things in our lives to bring stress. Stress brings on sickness and disease, right? So the purpose of the Shabbat is for us to be replenished, to be revived, right? That's why we have to really get it. It's not a religious thing. It's a practicality that the Most High gave to us that we can live, right? Two things the Most High gave to us that we have power in our hands. That is keeping the Shabbat, right? And and learning how not to be controlled by, right? Let me turn this down. I think I'm getting an echo here. Not to be controlled by financial debt. Many of us are in debt, and debt causes you to have to violate the Shabbat. If you in debt, you can't afford to not work when that boss call you in on that Shabbat to work because you got all this debt. But when you remember the proverb that says the rich rules over the poor and the borrower is a servant to the lender, when you remember that and you live according to that, you don't look at the Most High for magic. See, we was trained to look at the Most High as magic. We get ourselves into all kinds of trouble, and then we pray like prayer's supposed to be a magic wand. It's supposed to get rid of everything. That's not how the Most High operates, right? The Most High has given us a good brain, right? He's given us instructions that we are to meditate upon those instructions so that we can live. Look, nobody should be prematurely dying. If you keeping this covenant of Yah, if you keeping the Shabbat, and you keeping your body, you doing right according to what the Most High says, He said you have long life, right? So this spirit of death, sickness, and diseases on our people, I rebuke it right now. You have no power over Yah's people, right? We Yah's people. We keep Yah's covenant, and we demand our health to be made whole. In the name of Yahshua, hallelujah. Can I get amen?
Amen.
All right, enough preaching. Sometimes, boy, I get in preach mode. All right, let me go back to my greetings here real quick. Okay, all right. Sometimes I gotta wake myself up. That was wake up for me. Let's see who we got here. We got Coach Sherry's on. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. Coach Sherry, good to see you. Pray all is well with you and the family there. And go down there in Ohio players. She says, I'm doing well. Allergies has started, but other than that, I'm good. Love the blue shirt. Yeah, this is my priestly. This is my priestly garb. This is the undergarb. Can't get it straight. It's kind of a little on an angle. It's a white that goes on top of this, but sometimes somebody gonna get married this year, and I'm gonna do a wedding. So I usually wear that when I do weddings, my white. But be that as it may, this is the under of the white cassock, I call it. So she's doing well. But brother Eliot Stone, good to see you, my brother. Shabbat Shalom to you and the household on the Shabbat. Pray all is well with you. Brother Dookie Dollars, good to see you, my brother. Pray all is well with you as well. Who's this? Night School French. Shabbat Shalom to you. Night School French. First time, I think. I don't know if you're a first time viewer. I don't recall the name, but hallelujah. All right, so let's see. Let me get down to the nitty gritty. I got to get my notes on the screen here. Let's see. Hold on a second. Where is my... Okay. So today, I need to just bear me 1 second here while I open up my book here. Okay. Just bear me 1 second here. I'm generally I set up my screens, but I was looking at the clock. I said, "Oh man, I got 10 minutes to get the computer running." So I'm kind of delayed getting started. Let me see. Hold on a second. I got to open up my book here. We're going to read from J.A. Rogers' book. Let's see. Hold on a second. I got too much going on here. Let's see. Okay, is it this one? Okay, I think it's this one. Hold on a second. Just bear with me a second here, brothers and sisters. I'm getting there. Is it this one or is it this one? It's this one here. Okay. All right. Let's see. Make sure I got it right. Okay. All right. So I got that. Got my book up. My notes are up. And let's see. Let's do this here. Okay. One more thing I got to do here before we get the ball rolling. Let's see. What I want to do is up and hold on a second. Okay, so we'll start out right here. In my description, it's I wrote this and says, in this lesson, we will discuss a book by a Jamaican descent of mixed ancestry, right? That is none other than Joel Augustus Rogers, also known as J.A. Rogers. In his book, entitled Nature Knows No Color Line, he addresses the little known facts that Negroes were in every land on the globe, mixing with all of the nations of the world. Many Europeans have Negro ancestry that they either are not aware of or are in direct denial of. Okay. So that's my opening statement there. Now, who was J.A. Rogers? Before I open up the book, let's see if I can bring you up to speed. Okay, let's see. Let's do this here. I'm not going to use, I wanted to get a good reference. Okay, so let's go here. Okay, this is a good link. All right, this is the Black Pass. Okay, now, for those of you that are not aware of J.A. Rogers, I'm just going to kind of introduce you to him because a lot of people never heard of J.A. Rogers. J. Rogers was, I should say, who's that? Shabbat Shalom, Deanna. Good to see you, my sister. Where you been? where you been, Coach Deanna? That's my long time friend. We've been connected for down through the years. Me and Deanna, we kind of almost been connected as long as me and Moray Josiah have been. We go way back when I was in Chicago. Good to see you, my sister. I got to meet her for the first time. Was it last year? With Las Vegas, and met Elia Stone, and you all see the pictures. If you go to the community board or the post board on the channel, you'll see us meeting them there in Las Vegas. Okay, Night School said thank you. YouTube have pop-ups that are blocking. I think my brother. I think the channel is set for ads, so you might have to click the skip button. It just helps us to have. I pay over $100 a month for my internet service to be able to stream. So the ads help for us to be able to financially support that $100 a month, and we don't get $100 a month from ads. Sometimes it might take 3 months to get $100, but it is a contribution towards the internet that we use to produce the stream. Okay, so if you see an ad, just click. and just click out, and it'll bring you back into the stream. Our sister channel, which I don't promote it because we don't get, but for those that don't want the ads, you go to the sister channel, Elder Charles Cotton. There's no ads on that channel there. It just plays straight through. So just thought I would let you know that. But preferably you will support this channel. And at any rate, if you want to watch the whole thing without being interrupted, you can go over on that channel there. The Elder Charles Cotton. That's my birth name. Charles Cotton was my birth name. Okay, now, so this is a link here I'm going to share with you for to introduce you to J.A. Rogers, right? And I'm going to say this, and before I read his, what we're going to read about him, and we're going to get to the book. J.A. Rogers, for those of you that are not book readers, I can tell that J.A. Rogers, from reading his work, that he read a lot of books. I mean, he was consumed with reading like I am. I read so many books. Sometimes I make quotes and I can't remember exactly tell you which. If when I write my book, I'll give my bios about where my references are from. But a lot of times, when you read a lot, you have a lot of knowledge in your head, and sometimes you'll just say something that you read somewhere in a different source. That's why oftentimes when I'm teaching, I always say, if you want me to provide sources, ask me, send me an email, because I have sources for stuff. I don't just speak stuff without facts, right? And sometimes because it's a Shabbat lesson, I don't have time to go and give you every source because we move so fast on this channel, right? So if I say something and you want some financial support, something about financial support, you want a reference, a support, send me an email or send me a text if you have my phone number. Say, brother, can you provide me with the reference for that particular quote you said? And I'll do that to you because I have a problem doing that, right? Okay. But sometimes we move so fast, right? A couple things that's in my mind, I got to get out of my mind so I can get my mind in the frame of what I'm going to do today is Pesach coming up. I'm looking forward to going down to Jacksonville to be down there with Morey Josiah and the Spirit of Yah Bible class. So if anybody in that Jacksonville, Florida area coming up, we'll give you the dates as the time approaches. We're going to be down there with my brother, my best friend, Morey Josiah, the Spirit of Yah in Jacksonville. All right. Another little announcement before I get into it is that I'm planning on starting my tour, starting my book and my tour. I'm going to actually do an African tour. I'm going to do an African tour. I'm going to film. I'm going to film. I'm going to go to the castle in Ouida, the what they call it, the gate of no return, or the point of no return. I'm going to tour the castle. I'm going to have my camera. I'm going to film. I'm going to make a documentary. I'm going to do a reverse slave trade tour. So with Yah's help, I got to get my passport because my passport expired. But with Yah's help, I'm going to travel. I'm going to go to lands where we came from. I'm going to go follow the slave ships back to the land. See where we came from. We're going to cross over. I'm going from Africa to Egypt. I'm from Egypt. I'm going to go into to the islands of the seas up there. I'm going to go to the Mediterraneans and to Greece, Isles, and all of that. I'm going to take a tour and document it. That's been my dream. My lifetime dream has always been to do a documentary on the lands where we came from, right? I'm going to talk with some natives, and preferably I'll get some I'm certainly people, when you pay money, people will talk. So you got to pay people. They're not going to just tell you stuff. You're like, can I pay you to have a conversation? How I'm going to have a conversation with some of the natives. They're going to give me some historical data. Okay. So enough of that. Now, so J.A. Rogers, click on that link there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring, let's see, let's do this here. Let me slide this one over here. Okay. And let's blow it up like that. Okay. So let's go. No, you know what? I just messed up. I want to do this here. Let me take that back. Okay. Okay. Let's bring this back over here. I got 3 screens, y'all. So I want my screens to be. Okay, there we go. All right. Now, so we're going to talk about J.A. Rogers, introduce you to J.A. Rogers, and we're going to get into his book. Okay, we're going to get to the book on the subject we're talking about today. All right. Let's see. So here we go. So this is J.A. Rogers. This is from a website called blackpast.org, African American History. Okay. J.A. Rogers, it says 1880 to 1966. In January 2007, contributed by Malik Simba. Okay. So there's a picture. You can see J.A. Rogers. There's a picture of him, J.A. Rogers, right? He was a self-trained historian, kind of like me. See, I kind of can relate to J.A. Rogers, self-trained historian, novelist, and journalist. Joel had a biblical name. I think he knew he was an Israelite. Joel Augustus. He got the Hebrew name. He got the Greek name. Rogers got the American Anglo-Saxon name, right? He spent most of his life debunking pseudo-scientific and racist depictions of people in African ancestry while popularizing the history of persons of Black people around the world. Right? Let me read that again because that's powerful right there, right? That sounds like it says, Joel Augustus Rogers spent most of his life debunking pseudo-scientific and racist depictions of people of African ancestry while popularizing the history of persons of Black people around the world. So that's it. So we have people that come on this channel and they say, brother, it's not about Black and white. Well, you say that because you've been, I'm not going to say bamboozled, but we've been colonized. It's kind of like what comes to my mind is when you watch the Alex Haley Roots, and that's Morey Josiah's book there that got him into the truth. But when you watch the video Roots and you see how that they beat Kunta Kinte, they whipped him so bad that they whipped out his culture, right? So many of us have been programmed to not, well, brother, it should be black or white. We didn't make it black or white. So it is what it is. But what I like about J. Rogers, he went against that, right? And that's what I do. I don't have any prejudice towards people of other ethnicities. I have a problem with lies. And because they have told us lies and we've been indoctrinated in their school system with lies, when we hear a truth, it's uncomfortable for us to talk about a truth. I've always been a truth teller. When I was in corporate America, people used to, look, when they had Black History Month, I had my wall in my cubicle full of Black history stuff showing how we are biblical Israelites. Joel Rogers talked about that, right? Now, let me get back to his intro. Because if you don't have any of Joel Rogers' books, you got to get some. Because this brother here, man, he's like, an author of no other. There's no other kind like this. There was no other kind like him, right? And if I would say any other writers or mentors to me, J.A. Rogers. He's my guy. He's very analytical like I am. He goes in deep, right? So my brother is on here. Brother Digital, good to see you, my brother. Shabbat Shalom, Toda Rabah. That's my brother there. Get him his program. Bless Shabbat. Brother Dollar said, don't forget to hit the likes. Lamar said, what? Thanks for the prayers, reconciliation. My mom with Yah will make it through at the critical time. Praises to the Most High. There you go. Praise Yah. Hallelujah. Awesome. All right. So back to Joel Rogers. So Joel Rogers, he spent most of his time debunking pseudoscientific and racist depictions of people of African ancestry while popularizing the history of persons of black people. Okay, I read that part. Now, all right. Rogers was born September 6, 1883. That's what it says here. They got 1880. I don't know why the dates is mixed, but be that as it may. September 6, 1883 in Negro, Jamaica. He and his siblings were raised after their mother passed by their school teacher, Father Samuel. So his father was a school teacher, Father Samuel John Rogers. Rogers immigrated to the United States in 1906, and Joel Rogers became a naturalized citizen in 1917. Rogers lived briefly in Chicago. Oh, they got that connection more, Josiah. Chicago. Right. And briefly in Chicago, Illinois. And before eventually settling in New York City. New York! So he went from Chicago to New York. Joel Rogers held a variety of jobs, including a Pullman porter and a teacher, but eventually found his niche as a journalist and historian. In this capacity, he began to focus on combating what he saw as white racist propaganda, history in both books and popular films and other media of the period that omitted persons of African ancestry as contributors to world history. Towards that end, Rogers in 1917 published his seminal work From Superman to Man. In this work, Rogers had his propagandist, a racist Southern senator, realizing finally that he was only a man, create a Hollywood film studio that would produce films that highlighted Africans' gifts to the world. Subsequently, Rogers' books also produced films that highlighted African gifts to the world. Subsequent Rogers' books also dealt with this theme, including 100 Amazing Facts about the Negro. That's the book. 100 Amazing Facts about the Negro in 1934. What happened here? Sex and Race, Volume 1, Sex and Race, Volume 2, and Sex and Race, Volume 3. World's Great Men of Color, 1946, and Africans' Gift to America in 1961, right? Man, whew. What a bio. By the 1930s and 40s, Rogers was writing history columns in a number of leading black newspapers, including the Pittsburgh Courier, Messenger, Crisis, Mercury, and New York Amsterdam News. Typically, of such articles was his 1940 piece in Crisis titled "The Supersession." Let me back that up. The Suppression of Negro History. Rogers was present at the coronation of the Emperor Haile Selassie in 1930, and 5 years later covered the Italo-Ethiopian conflict as the war correspondent for the Pittsburgh Courier. Uh, Although Rogers had no formal educational degrees or training in established academic programs, he was widely recognized for his professional excellence and intellect throughout his career. He belonged to the Paris, France Society of Anthropology. How about that? American Geographical Society and the Academy. Sorry about that. And the Academy of Political Science. In addition, he was also multilingual. How about that? Mastering German, Italian, French, and Spanish. Man, he's a boom with that one. Joel A. Rogers wrote anti-racist history using universal humanity as his theme until his death in New York City on March 26, 1966. His wife, Helga Rogers, continued to republish Rogers' works for some years after his passing. All right, hallelujah. So that's Joel Augustus, aka J.A. Rogers, right? So now let's get down to the nitty gritty here. Where's my book at? Right. Let's see. Hold on a second. This one here. Okay, let's do this here. Okay. Okay. Now I have a digitized copy of the book, so we're going to use it for the teaching. And if you don't have the book, my recommendation is to buy one. All right. It's not on the archive.org. Um, so it's not public. So it's actually still being, his writings, his works are still being circulated. So J.A. Rogers, I want to show you the cover of the book first. Okay. So this is the cover of the book, Nature Knows No Color Line. Now, this picture you see the woman on the screen is a drawing of one of the queens of England, and that is none other than that's Queen Charlotte. Queen Charlotte. Look at the Negro features that she has, right? So many of your royal house of England have Negro ancestry. I have another book. I don't know if we're going to get to it this season. Maybe I'll, if time permits, throughout the course of this, from now to Pesach, maybe I'll do some clips from some excerpts from some other books where they go in deep into Europe and they go into the ancestry of the Stuarts and all of that and show you how the King James had Negro ancestry, etc. All of that, right? J. Rogers covers some of that in his book, right? So that's Queen Charlotte. Nature Knows No Color Line comes at the right moment. The United Nations has announced a history of mankind going back 300,000 BC, on which 1,000 of the world's leading historians are working. Care must be taken that the Negro isn't given the usual treatment in this history. Nature Knows No Color Line will make such oversight more difficult. All right. So J. Rogers has engaged continuously in research on the Negroes since 1915, published himself his first book, From Superman to Man, in 1917, after it was refused by the publisher. Did y'all see that? His book was refused by the publishers. He wrote and published his second book, As Nature Leads, in 1919, began writing for the Negro press in 1920, and has been doing so since. This says continue on the back flip. I need to go all the way back to the end. Let's see if I can do that. Okay. In 1924, 25 and 26 toured the North and South, uh, lecturing, selling from Superman, fourth edition. In 1925, went to Europe for research in the libraries and museums there. So he actually physically went to the libraries and got stuff. So you can't say he just went on. That's one of the reasons why I want to travel, because you can't just go online and get download stuff. And technology has helped us to be able to take some shortcuts, but nothing's like, because when I first came to be aware that we are Israelites, I went to the library. I went into places where they had books that wasn't on the. They were, this lady told me, she said, "We have a library. It's a room where very few people go. It's ancient archive books." And that was my first introduction to archive books. And I was like, wow. I said, why aren't these books out on the public shelves? She said, that's a good question. So when I found out that they was putting books, archive books that tell the truth, in these archive book rooms, that was where I would go to. I was like, I want to go back there, you know. And so that's how J.E. Rogers was, right? Okay, let's go back in here. All right. So in 1930, on his own initiative, the coronation of Haile Selassie, who presented him with the coronation medal, the same year published in The World's Greatest Men of African Descent. From 1930 to 1933, continued his researches in Europe. 1934, published his 100 Amazing Facts About the Negro, which went into 19 editions. In 1930 to 1935, 36, continued his researches in Egypt and in Sudan. How about that? Egypt and Sudan. Those are two places I'm going to go. In 1935, he published his Real Facts About Ethiopia, and went the same year as war correspondent to Ethiopia for the Pittsburgh Courier. In 1940, began publication of his Sex and Race in 3 volumes. In 1947, published his World Great Men of Color, 3000 BC to 1946 AD, in 2 volumes. That's a good book to get, right? In 1950, returned to Europe for further research on Nature Knows No Color Line. In 1930, he was elected to membership in the Paris Society of Anthropology, and is now a member of the American Geographical Society, the Academy of Political Science, and American Association for the Advancement of Science. Listed in Who's Who in the East, Who's Who in New York, etc. His knowledge of Negro history represents but a small part of his general information on world history, right? On the front of the jacket, Charlotte, that's Queen Charlotte. Remember I told you Queen Charlotte, Sophia, in 1744 to 1818. She was the Queen of England, and she's also listed on page 93 and 94. Okay. Let's see what we got here. I'm not going to go and read any further to that, but I do want to go to page 94. Let's go to page 94. 93 and 94. Let's see if I can do that. Okay, so I need to go to 100. 93. So that's 91, 92, 93, and 94. Okay, so there's a picture of her here. So Queen Charlotte, Sophia, consort of George III and the grandmother of Queen Victoria, from a portrait by Thomas Fry. She was a German princess It says see text and Sex and Race Volume 1 288 second edition. So there goes Queen Charlotte. So this is a portrait, right, of Queen Charlotte that J.A. Rogers got from going to the library in Europe. Pictures of her. Now, so they said page 93. Let me see, where is it? Where does it talk about Queen Charlotte here? Okay, let's start right here. Seat Mocker's Wappenbuck of eight volumes already mentioned has a great number of Negroes, some of them with crowns and others as cardinals and archbishops. With these Negroes in German nobility, the evident Negro strain in Queen Charlotte Sophia, consort of George III of England, who was a German princess, might be explained. See her portrait. Negroes, some with crowns, also appear in the coat of arms of German and other European cities and provinces. All omitting the Bavarian has a black Madonna. Coburg has a Negro saint. Maurice and Camberg, Mark Fletchen, Austria, a jet black Negro as St. Peter. How about that? Holding the keys of the kingdom in the text, he is called a Moor, that is a German then for Negro, other Negroes. How about that? So basically, what he said is that y'all know what's the name? Meghan Markle was going through some issues. She's married to the prince. Is he? I don't know. I haven't been following English people, but is he King Charles? I mean, King Charles. Y'all help me out if y'all follow that. Okay. Anyway, in the royal house of England, right? They hide this information because as a result of white superiority, white supremacist views, they don't want you to know that the House of England has some Negro blood. Why would they? Right? They're going to have to rewrite the books. J.A. Rogers went to Europe and he documented this image. Let's put it back on the screen again, of Queen of England. Look at her. Look at her hair. Right? Look at her ears. Right? She got a little European nose and European lips. But that's Queen Charlotte. Queen Charlotte Sophia, the grandmother of Queen Victoria. Okay? So that's what J.A. Rogers was putting out. They weren't going to publish that book. Imagine that. You got a man that's going up into Europe letting you know that the Royal House of England has Negro ancestry and they're going to publish his book. He was a Ron Dalton of that day. He was a Ron Dalton of that day. Kudos to Ron Dalton. I'm going to get to meet Ron Dalton too when I go to Africa. I'm going to come look for all of them. Look for him. Look for, we woke now. What's his name? Go Black. I'm going to meet up with every last one of them. We got Amore Nuriyahu's over there. I'm going to chop it up with all of them. And at the end of my tour, I'm going back to Israel. I'm going to go down to Dimona. I'm going to meet up with Lamadia, the minister of information at the kingdom of Yah in Dimona, right? So I'm going there. Y'all get ready. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'll be in retirement. It's gonna be on and popping. I'm looking forward to it. All right. So for those of you all that this few people that's on this channel, that's small, you know, when y'all blow up my ministry, y'all be able to look back at this video and say, man, we was there on that channel with him. He had 3,000 plus subscribers. Y'all want to remember this video when this happens, right? And
you don't want to miss this video.
okay, so back to Jay Rogers. Lion Pride said Prince Harry married Markle, who is 15th cousin of Royal Crown. Okay, 15th cousin to man, bro, Lion Pride is deep, man. Where you get that from? Bring me some receipts on that one there. That's interesting though. I never heard it before, but hey, I don't know everything. All right, so Jay Rogers, that's Queen Charlotte. Now, what I want to do is I want to go in and let's see. Let's start here. This is what page 8, chapter 1. Before I do that, let's go into the book a little bit. I want to give y'all some this book. I'm not gonna do this whole book, and I just want to just kind of show you stuff. Let's kind of roll along with the book a little bit here. Okay, so that's Queen Charlotte on the first. That's page 94. I want to go back up to the beginning. Okay, and then I'm going to let's see where I'm at here. This page says Nature Knows No Color Line, research into the Negro ancestry in the white race. The research into the Negro ancestry in the white race. Let me say that again, right? Because for people in the back of the bus, right? Research into the Negro ancestry. I know that hurts if you classify yourself as a white person, to hear that hurts to the heart. We're not related to no Negroes. To research into the Negro ancestry in the white race. Let that sink in, because somebody's mad as hell right now just from that statement. You got some Negro ancestry, man. Do your DNA ancestry. You're going to find out, many so-called white people are going to find out that you got some Negro ancestry up your tree. You wasn't told about it. Maybe that's why you like fried chicken. Maybe that's why you want to go over to your friend's house during Thanksgiving or whatever, and you want to get some collard greens, some neck bones, macaroni and cheese with the gravy. Great smothered gravy on your chicken. You want to know why you had that up your tree? You got some Negro ancestry up in you that make you crave for that stuff. Okay, that's why they call it soul food. I ran into a bro. I'm gonna get back to the book. I ran into a Gentile the other day. He was in a Jamaican store. I said, brother, you like Jamaican food? Yeah. I said, wait a minute. I said that brother must got some. He must got some Negro in him. He said he loved him some spicy Jamaican food. I had to laugh. I like the fella. That was funny to me. I said, "Wow!" I said we got Negro ancestry in people that you wouldn't even imagine. The whitest of white, the redneckest of the reds, up in his tree, got some Negro ancestry up in that tree somewhere. I ain't got no black people in my family. Even the racist one. As a matter of fact, the late Joe Madison had Confederate General Robert E. Lee was one of his up in his tree. Imagine that. The proest black, one of the proest black talk show hosts found out when he just answered that he was related to Confederate General Robert E. Lee. See, y'all has a sense of humor, right? He'll take the simple thing to confound the wise, right? You think you pure race? That's what Joe Rogers' book is all about. You might look blacker than black, but you might be more white than you ever could imagine. But the exterior could lie to you, right? If you light bright, and as they say, used to say when I was a kid, come light bright and damn near white, and you got more black in you than the black is black. Okay. So Joel Rogers, beauty, thou wild fantastic ape, who does in every country change thy shape. Here black, here brown, here tawny, and there white. This was Abraham Cowley. Okay. Thou art white and I am black, but day must join with night to bring forth the dawn of the twilight, which are more beautiful than they. That's Victor Hugo. Okay. So Helga M. Rogers is the one who produced these books down in, they even got the address, 288 Beach Drive, Northeast 2C, 5C, St. Petersburg, Florida. How about that? Okay, copyright 52, renewed 1980, Helen Rogers, third edition. This is the third edition, okay? Now, you see the index here. We're going to start here. I'm going to read some of this here. Where did the color problem originate and why? Now, brother, G man, this is what you're going to like right here, my brother. Where's G man at? G man's comments at. G man, you still tuned in, brother? This and like asked me a question too at the end of the Shabbat. We're going to cover some of that. Okay, now, so here we're going to start here. Where did the color problem originate? What did it say? Through Merkel's white father, she lands at the 15th position. Her father married and divorced an American Israelite mother. They pledged to honor over. Lion Pride. What I want you to do, my brother, is send me an email with that. I'd like to add that to my collection of where you got your source. You got that from, okay? Okay. I don't want nobody to say that this channel. I kind of learned from the late Joe Madison. I don't want nobody to say that this channel puts out propaganda or false information. Okay. Not saying I don't believe you, but what I'm saying is that when I say something, I want to be able to give you reference to it. So you can say, I have a reputation. This channel has a reputation, if I go to AI, of being truthful and being a researcher. So I don't want to be labeled as being a channel that just throws philosophies out there without any without being checked, right? So that's why I asked that. Okay, all right. Now, so where did the color problem originate? So let's go here into the book. It's a whole lot in this book. Let's start right here. What was the first man like, and of what race? Was he Caucasian or Negro, black or white, or are both the evolution of some other type? The ancient Greeks believed that the black man was white man darkened by the sun. I'll read that again. The ancient Greeks believed that the black man was white man darkened by the sun. their their mythology says that Phaeton, the son of Helios, the sun god, induced his father to let him drive the chariot of the sun one day, and in his lack of skill drove it too near certain lands and burnt black with intense heat the peoples there. That's funny. Their poet Theodectes attributed the sooty skin and curled hair of the Ethiopians to the mishap, and the Cadman, Anglo-Saxon poet about 670 AD, called the Ethiopians a race burned brown by the heat of the sun. This belief held until the discovery of the New World. Now here, so basically, what I want to offer you is that Jay Rogers is debunking that, right? Okay. He says this belief was held until discovery of the New World in the 15th century, when it gradually shifted to the theory that man originated in the tropics. That some people, either because they migrated into cold, snowy lands, or because the climate changed to that lost some of their color and their hair grew longer to protect the scalp. Among the earlier writers who were inclined to this theory were Pallas, Lespede, Hunter, Dornick, and Link. Later ones were Pritchard, Schopenhauer, Chambers, and Darwin. Chambers, whose vestiges of the natural history of the creation was to have immense influence on Darwinism, said that man beginning as a Negro passed through Malay, India, Mongolian, and finally reached Caucasian. The leading character, in short, he said, of the various races of mankind are simply representations of particular stages of development of the highest or Caucasian type. Among recent ones who thought that white man evolved from a much darker type are Von Lushen, Phenot, Verno, Griffin Taylor, W.K. Gregory, and Bennett Sangle. Sergi thought Europeans were originally Africans. So this is Sergi, right? Sergi thought Europeans were originally Africans. This is okay. That's so he gets a reference there. 4. If you go down here, you'll see 4. Sergi, the primitive population of Europe after Homo neanderthalensis originated in Africa. These constituted the entire population of Neolithic times. He calls the European Euro-African Mediterranean race by page in volume 1901. So that's the reference he gives there, right? So he does cite references, right? Jay Rogers does cite references. He cites Jay Rogers cites too many references, brother. I mean, it's a lot. If you're not a researcher, you don't have the time, you're not going to follow through with these reasons. I could do a whole 5-hour lesson on references that he cites. Okay, let's go back in. All right. Where was I at here? Still stronger proof is that the oldest human skulls found are Negroid. Prothnathois, not Caucasian, Orthnathois. Okay, I never heard that before. That's a newer one for me. Read it again. He says, still stronger proof is that the oldest human skulls found are Negroid, Prognathosis. Prognathosis. Is it prognathosis? Okay, wait. Pro prognathus. If I said that wrong, please pardon me. Not Caucasian orthnagnus. Orthnathus. Life magazine in an upper up from the 8th on the finding of skulls of South Africa by Professor Broom and Dart, and especially one found in the island of Lake Victoria by Dr. L.S. Leakey, shows modern man white as descended from Boscop man, a bushman with peppercorn hair of about 20,000 years ago. He says, whatever it be the point of view regarding which came first, black or white, both religion and science agree on common human origin, which origin anatomy and the X-ray confirm. The points of unlikeness between the so-called races are nothing compared with those in which they are alike. How about that? Now, J. Rogers, he covers a lot of stuff that today is taught in the Hebrew Israelite circles, right? I don't know exactly, but he talks about the myth of white skin, where we teach that white skin came from. Let's see if I can kind of navigate through this a little bit. Okay, all right, let's go back in. I think we'll cover that here. Okay, let's go back in here. He says, unlikeness in most observed in the face of human varieties, but even here, fundamental alikeness remains. Noses, eyes, mouth, ears, hair are located in the same places in the head of function alike. Now, the reason why I mentioned that was because a lot of Hebrew Israelite channels, we're getting into this reverse pseudo scientific history where we're making Caucasians be descendants of the fallen angels. Troglodytes and stuff like that. No. That's a distraction. And people that teach that don't know that scientists and so forth, modern scientists, have debunked that stuff. So just like they made in this book, the Compact Bible Dictionary, right? Can y'all see that? Where they said under Ham, right? And we all the Hebrew Israelite users not knowing what was the thought behind it, right? Okay. So when you go in here and you read the book that says Ham, right? It says Ham, the father, the youngest son of Noah, born about 96 years before the flood, and one of 8 persons to live through the flood. He became the progenitor of the dark races, but not the Negroes, right? So, Hebrew Israelites that haven't done their research, haven't done their homework, take that, because I used to use it too. I saw people that don't research use that to say, oh, see, well, if we didn't come from Ham, then we must have came. Zondervan is excluding us from Ham, so we must have came from Shem. That's not what that excerpt is saying, right? We're going to cover that maybe the week after, before we get to on our road to Pesach. The white burden was that blacks needed help, right? That we was a whole separate species. There are books like Chaz, I'm trying to think of his last name, who wrote the book, says the Negro a beast or in the image of God, right? So the school of thought back then was that the Negro didn't come from the sons, and I think J. Rogers covers that in this book here, didn't come from Noah. They came from some other creation, right? Okay, all right. So we can't do the reverse of that and make white people be a result of the Nephilim. That's what the Hebrew Israelite teach. A lot of teachers do, but that's false information. You can't prove that. Well, let's say they had Neanderthal DNA. So do you. You might not have as much, but you got Neanderthal DNA. I got some in my ancestry. So does it make me a descendant of a fallen? we can't have it. We can't have it one sided, right? We can't say white people are the result of the Nephilim, and we got some Neanderthal DNA, and we separate. Can't do it. Can't have it both ways, right? So let's stop the lies and let's tell the truth, right? All right. So now and then I see Chinese, Japanese, Indians, Caucasian, Negroes, as well as French, Spaniards, Germans, Italians, Americans, Englishmen with Jews, with the nose here or a mouth there or a facial expression, which reminds me of those I have seen in the above mentioned peoples. No matter how far apart they were thought to be racially, the same is true when I study sculpture, paintings, and photographies of photographs. Whether they be reconstructions of prehistoric man or from ancient Egypt, Greece, Rome, India, or pre-Columbian America, the Renaissance, or the Museum of Modern Art, I am always seeing resemblance not only among them, but among living persons, including their acquaintances. So, in other words, we are more alike than what we don't believe, right? It's a good opportunity for me to put a passage in here that a lot of Hebrews, like if you ask them to explain this, they'll go and do a dance, right? I asked this in a class one time. I like to got kicked out the class like Maury Josiah when I asked this question, right? Okay, so what I want to do, I want to take this reference here. Okay, this is Jeremiah 31. We always read Jeremiah 30, 31, 31. It says, make a new covenant with the house of Israel with the house, right? We always read that part there, right? But we don't read up above that. So when you go to Joel 30, 31, right? It says, behold, the days come, says Yah, that I will sow, watch this now, look at the word here. Zerah. Zerah means to sow, dissemble, to plant, to fructify. So he said, I will sow the house of Israel. Now, underline house, because house doesn't mean that you are actually a blood relative of Israel. A person in a house could be a person that is adopted. You could be adopted and be in the house. Household. That's all the house means. It don't mean you're blood, and it doesn't matter whether you're blood DNA Israelite or not. If you're in the house, you come under the covenant, regardless of what your ethnic origin, regardless of which one of the sons of Noah you come from. If you're in the house, then you have covenant rights. Can I get amen?
Amen.
My buddy, what's his name? Martin Lawrence said, "Stop the madness." We got to stop the madness. All right. Let me go back in here. Okay, so he said what? I will sow the house of Israel and the house of Yehuda with the seed of beasts. Right? Huh? What does that mean? The house of Israel and the house of Yehuda with the seed. So look at this. The house, right? The Bait of Israel, right? Those who are in the house, right? Those who bought with money, and those who what? Those who are of the loins of Abraham, right? That's the house includes, right? And the house of Yehuda, those that were born in the house and those that were of the blood of Yehuda. So you got two types of people in the house, right? You got the blood relatives and you got those that are not blood relatives, but they are part of the house, which would make them sons and daughters of the covenant, regardless of their ethnic origin. Right? That's why I like Brother Dana Stevens. He just need to fix it. He's my black brothers and sisters, right? He right, but the world calls us black. But the reality of the matter is, we are the house of Israel, a house of Yehuda, right? And some of us may be actual descendants, right? Yah knows. We don't know, but Yah knows, right? All right. That's it. Let's go back in. We from the house. We in the house. All right. So I wanted to bring it out because he said, and it shall come to pass, like as I have watched over them to pluck up and to break down and to throw down and to destroy and to afflict, so will I watch over them to build and to plant, says Yah. Right? That's good stuff there, boy. So there's no place, no time for racism because Yah said right there, we're going to be sown. That's why you look at somebody on the outside, right? You trying to put them in a box and say, oh, the so-called white supremacists want to look at somebody that look black on the outside and think, oh, you one of them. You just might be looking at one of you, right? I mean, you got people like Tim Scott. He just might be one of them. He look like one of us, as they say, but he might be one of them. Do a Google search on African American males with Caucasian or European fathers. You'd be surprised to find out that some of the blacker than black people got European fathers, but they look black in a city near you. Let me get back to Jay Rogers. Okay, all right. So Jay Rogers goes in deep, right? I don't know how far I'm going to get into this. So if I don't get to the part I want to get to, I'll go ahead and that's why I like the way I used to teach. I could edit videos and compact a lesson in a shorter period of time because it goes straight to the points, right? Okay, all right. So with that said, let me get back in here. Okay, so we're more alike than we would imagine and believe. Okay, here we go. Exterior differences as color, hair, facial form, and adaptations to climate, which in turn is determined by amount of sunlight. We are, as astronomers said, blossoms of the sun, and blossoms owe their color to sunlight, so do human beings. To understand the force of this start in Norway, to travel south, humanity, which is generally blind, there gets let me back up here. Humanity, which is generally blind, there gets perceptibly darker the further one goes until one southern Europe is reached. Brunettes are common and blondes are rare. Go on the equator. That's true. Go on to the equator where the sun is hottest and most constant, and the natives are jet black. He references number 6, which is is that a book? Oh, no, that's not a book there, but okay. All right, let me not get distracted here. What it was degree of sunlight over thousands of years, which produces the original so-called 5 races of the anthropologists to the last century, is inescapable. Some give food as a cause, but are not kinds of foods, also determining by degree of sunlight. Racial intermixture in turn from these 5 produce thousands of varieties, in which by still more intermixture produce such an infinity of others, until of the 2.5 billion souls on the earth, no two are alike. Nature says in man is always attempting to breed new races and varieties and appears to abominate sameness. This being so, there is a strong resistance to breed back to the same ancestral form. The evident truth is that each human being is a race of variety in himself, a variety through which runs fundamental unity. How about that? This paragraph says, as regards to mixture of so-called Negro and Caucasian, we have heard much of the white strain in the black man and almost nothing of the black strain in the white man. But intermixture of the two has not been a one-way street. Hence the subtitle of this book, Negro Ancestry in the White Race. I have chosen this with the full conscience that it will offend very many. How about that? That's true. But I know too that in man's march towards emancipation from falsehood and fear, the sacred cows of today have ever become the incredible stupidities of tomorrow. I also know that many white Americans, like most Europeans, will not be offended, but will rather welcome the truth. Their number will increase with the years. All right. Let me see. Okay, he goes on and quotes some different things there. Let's see. What else do I want to get from the forward here that I wanted to bring out? Let me see. Okay. All right, let's see. What page is this? This is page 6. Okay, let me try to look at what notes I did because I don't want to read too much stuff because there's certain things I want to bring out. Let's go to, this is page 8. Let's go to page 8. Okay, there's a quote on page 8 I want to read. Aryans of India. Let me see, hold on a second. Aryans of India. Give me a second here. I didn't put the page in. Okay. I can't find the page. Let me see. Let me see if I can. I got page 8. Let's see if I can go. Y'all, please pardon me. I think I wrote the wrong page. It's something I wanted to read. Okay, hold on a second. Come on. Just bear with me a second here. I'm just about there. This is page 8. Okay, here we go. Okay. All right, let's see. Origin of color prejudice. This is chapter 1, right? That's page 8. I'll tell you what, let's just do this here. Because I'm not going to be able to find it with my notes. Okay, where did color prejudice originate? Let's read a little bit of this here. The two varieties of humanity which are intermixed the most and longest are so-called Negroes and Caucasians. I'll read that again, right? Somebody missed that part there. And read it again. The two varieties of humanity which have intermixed the most and longest are so-called Negroes and Caucasians, right? There is some evidence that they made it in prehistoric times, that a Negro or Negroid people inhabited Europe when it was joined to Africa and was still tropical. As for the historic period, or about 8,000 years, there is abundant evidence they did, especially in the Americas since Columbus. In the so-called racial intermixture, there are usually two forces: exogamy or outbreeding, and endogamy or inbreeding. In colonial lands, the first is called miscegenation. That's the word I was looking for. I was talking to like the Gentiles. Miscegenation. The second race, purity. However, in those lands, as in all lands where one's partner is marriage is not selected by his parents, like and dislike generally determine one's choice of mate, which qualities attract or repel are quite beyond precise definition. So much depends up on the individuals regardless of race, caste, or religion, as Shakespeare said. We're not going to quote Shakespeare. Okay. In certain colonial and former colonial lands, as the United States, South Africa, and West Indies, color of skin, which is accepted as normal in Europe, where the population is white, or Central Africa, where it is black, is mighty is a mighty difference influencing not only mating but life in some of its most unexpected phases. For instance, the matter of blonde and brunette among white women, when one reads in America papers of a man having an affair with a gorgeous girl, she is always blonde. When brunettes are mentioned, it is almost with some sort of apology. Is this depreciation of the white brunette? Is this depreciation of the white brunette as extension of the prejudice against the Negro's color? Whiteness of skin has become a symbol of purity, goodness, and fine Christian living. He says, "Watch me, and I shall be whiter than snow, runs the hymn. Thus, the more bleached the skin, the more bleached the character, Negro, albinos not included, of course." Okay. Let me go. I'm going to go to another part because I want to get to the meat. Okay. There's so much in this book. Okay, let's read this part. India's caste system was based on color. The word Varna, caste, literally means color. Arya, Varna, white skin. Krishna, Varna, black skin. Krishna, Varna, black skin. So Krishna means black skin. Krishna means black. That's interesting. The Aryans of India, says the Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics, prided themselves on their fairer skins and more aquiline features, and held in derision the black color and the flatter physiognomies of the Aborigines, regarded them much as conquering whites regarded blacks in Africa. Okay, that was one of my quotes that I wanted to read. Let's see. What else do I want to pull up? I'm going to cover this part. I'm just kind of like reading the origins of the color prejudice, but I'm going to cover this in a separate lesson. So let me see. The third instance of color prejudice is to be found in rabbinical writings. The early rabbis did very definitely and abundantly say that black skin was a result of the curse of Ham by Noah. The signs of the curse, said certain rabbis, were a black skin, mishaps lips, and twisted hair. The Bible says the curse was placed on Canaan, Ham's son, but some rabbis said it was placed directly on Ham. Rabbi Hujah said that he came forth from the ark black skin. This would mean that Ham had gone into the ark fair skin and had undergone his change of color in the only 190 days that had been in the ark. Ham, it appears, that had been guilty of some sexual infraction while in there from having intercourse with his wife of sodomy. That's interesting. So we're going to cover that when we get into the um, white man's burden. Okay, we're going to cover that. So just bear with me a second here. I don't want to read too much into this. Let's read this part here. Before proceeding to the fifth stage in the growth of color prejudice, let's endeavor to see why the rabbis made the curse of Ham a black skin. Okay, y'all want to know? Inquiring minds want to know? Okay. This is certain. Next to Aryans, the Jews were more color conscious than any of the ancients. Why? They had been slaves to Egyptians and Ethiopians who are described in their lands as Negroes. Again, after they had established themselves in Palestine, they were twice invaded by Egyptians and Ethiopians. Shishak, Ethiopian ruler of Egypt, ravaged the lands, plundered Solomon's temple, and took a great number of Jews slaves into Egypt. 2 Chronicles 12. Another Ethiopian king, Zerah, who came with the host of 1,300 chariots, was beaten off, right? It could be that the Jews, before they left Egypt, imbibed some of their color prejudice mentioned by Massey, but it could not have been strong among them because they were dark or even black. So what is J.A. Rogers saying? He disagrees with he used the term Jews. He said that they were black. Let's read it again. Okay. He says Massey. He says the color prejudice mentioned by Massey, but it could not have been strong among them because they were dark or even black. One rabbi does say they were black at that time, that the passage black but comely from the Songs of Solomon means. I was black in Egypt, but comely in Egypt. He says there is no doubt that after 4 centuries in Egypt, the Jews had mixed much with Egyptians and Ethiopians, whom their legends describe as black and woolly haired. Thus, the main difference between the Hebrews and the Egyptians was not a racial but religious, the form which economic exploitation then took. Miriam's objection to Ethiopian wife of Moses, Zipporah, was not of color but of religion and more likely on culture. Talk of Semitic and Hamitic as race is sheerest nonsense and is usually won by parrot anthropologists. How about that? So interesting, right? Let's read some more of this here. Furthermore, we have no proof that the original 70 Jews who went to Egypt were white. Let me read that again. J.A. Rogers says, furthermore, we have no proof that the original 70 Jews who went to Egypt were white. According to their legends, they originated in Chaldea and there is considerable evidence the inhabitants of that region in the earliest times were Negro, right? So Jay Rogers is bringing it home. He's saying, right, just like what I've been saying, and those that study Abraham shared that Abraham's mother, was the daughter of the Hamitic African Negro Nimrod. So he's saying here that the Chaldeans, there's considerable evidence the inhabitants of that region in earliest times were Negroid. So a question you got to ask is that what happened to their skin? How did a whole nation of people turn white? Inquiring minds want to know. Okay. Well, brother, not all of them are white. Some of them are olive skinned. Well, what happened to the black ones then? They're the olive skinned ones? Is that what we talking about? That's what we doing? They're the olive skinned ones. They're the ones that left Egypt, lost their color, and became lighter, and they became olive skin looking ones. Okay. Are Ethiopians olive skin? I'm just asking a question. Okay. So he says, in fact, some writers said the Jews were an African people. So he's quoting Strabo. Strabo said many of his time believed they were. We covered this in the previous lesson. Strabo did say that many people believed that the Hebrews were African people. How then was it possible for them to place a curse on black skin? The answer it is that centuries after they had left Egypt and being somewhat whitened by a mixture with fair-skinned people to the north and the Europeans, they could now look back on the unchanged color of the Ethiopians and Egyptians in comparison with themselves and their rabbis, that is, their scientists, endeavoring to explain how black people came about tacked on that bit of folklore of the curse of Ham. It is very important to remember here that the Masoretic text, regarded as the correct one of the ancient Hebrew writings, called by Christians the Old Testament, says nothing whatever of Ham or Canaan's color. It merely says that a curse was placed on Canaan. So too does the Old Testament Genesis 10:25, that the black skin was a later addition in is indisputable, right? So we'll talk about that when we go into the series on the black burden, white man's burden, and the white supremacy. Because all of that came along, and it started in the Talmud. We're going to break all that down in the future lesson, right? But I'm just kind of giving you a little intro here of what the school of thought where Jay Rogers is dealing with, right, in his day, right? Same thing going on today, right? All right. Strongest reason of all this is that the curse on black skin could now be used as proof of retribution on the blacks for having enslaved them. The Egyptians, said one rabbi, were descended from Ham, who was pronounced to be a slave of slaves. Other rabbis say likewise. So that's where all of that came from, right? Still, clear proof that this legend was used later as retribution is that the curse of Ham and the blessing on Shem by Noah worked in reverse. The Hebrew sons of Shem were enslaved for centuries by the Egyptians, while there is no proof that Hebrews enslaved the Egyptians, whom they call the sons of Ham. Moreover, according to the Masoretic version, the curse is on Canaan, but the Canaanites lived in Palestine, which is Asia, not Africa. But being Asiatic and nearer to the whites to the north, they were doubtless lighter in color than the Egyptians. Why then the curse of blackness on the offspring of Canaan? Well, they owned the land of Canaan, which the Hebrews claimed, he says, Jehovah had given them. In olden times, one way of inciting one group against another was to place a curse on it, the modern parallel of excommunication. So now I want to add to that. So we're going to bring the Bible into the picture of what he just said, because see, the Hebrews had to have been of color because the father, which he brought out, Abraham, was the son of a Cushitic descendant of Cush woman, right? Who gave him Abraham. His father, Terah's wife, was a Cushite. He said the people in Chaldea were Negroid. So all the people that was in the land, he said, originally were Negroid. So how did they lose the color? We showed you that we broke that down in the previous lesson. And it says the Yah shall enlarge your fat, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem. So the people that's dwelling in the tents of Shem now are your fat. Right? Am I right?
Am I right?
Okay, now, so he goes on to say that they tried to say that there was a reversing of slavery since the Jews, as he said, were enslaved by Egyptians. They were going to enslave the Egyptians. But what is missing is that the scripture tells us that the Israelites left out of Egypt with a mixed multitude. So, in fact, as a matter of fact, Yosef's wife and his two sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, were descendants of a mixture of Hamitic and Shemitic stock, right? And then when you go to when you go to Judges chapter 3, right, we see that the whole nation of Israel dwelling in the land of the son of Ham, Canaan by name, who was supposed to be cursed. Therefore, I believe the Most High gave Israel the blessings and the curses because he knew they were going to marry the cursed people. And to eliminate the curse that came upon Canaan, they had to follow a stringent line, right, to the T to keep the curses off. But because they refused to obey the covenant, the curses overtook them. Why? Because the curse was in the bloodline. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
They never brought it like that before, had they? But in Judges chapter 3, for the record, let's pull it up. We're going to get back to J. Rogers' book. Okay? Judges chapter 3. Why don't people talk about this? Why don't some Hebrew Israelites talk about it? We want to make the Canaanites be white people, right? So if they're white, then if Israelites, first off, they came from Ham. First off, what were they? The Canaanites were descendants of the Nephilim. I mean, you see how the pseudo-scientific research is just laughable when you follow that school of thought without any proof, right? So now, if the Canaanites are Nephilim or troglodytes, then doggone it, so are the Israelites. Then you're a troglodyte. Are you a troglodyte? Now, let's show you how foolish that sounds. So let's go in here to Judges 3. So, verse 5 says what? The children of Israel dwelt amongst the Canaanites. They dwelt amongst who? The Canaanites, the Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, Jebusites. They took their daughters to be their wives and gave their daughters to their sons and served their deities. So what did they do? They intermarried. So let's set the record straight. We're talking about Negro ancestry, right? In what they call the white race. Okay. So you want to say that the descendants of Abraham were white race because his father was white. That's the whole narrative. Terah was a Shemite, which were Middle Eastern looking. But you want to throw out, and I'm not saying that I agree with that, but I'm just giving your logic. So you want to throw out the mother, who was a Cushite. Okay, then turn around. We just showed you in Judges 3 that the Israelites intermarried the Canaanites. Some of the males were Canaanites, which would mean that some of the people that's in the house of Israel were not bloodline descendants of Abraham. They were bloodline descendants of Canaan. So therefore the curses was needed to be given to the nation to keep, the law was given to the nation to keep the curses off of the nation, right? Okay. I know this a lot. Okay. So let's go back to Jay Rogers. The Arabs, ethnically related to the Jews and are largely Negroid. That's what he's saying. He says, they had their version of the Hamitic legend, which they applied to blacks of Sudan. Muhammad, they say, once stopped at a woman's house and asked her how many sons she had. She had 3, but fearing that Muhammad would take one to carry his baggage, she hid one and brought out 2. The prophet, knowing she had lied, placed a curse on the hidden son, while the other 2 would have fair-skinned offspring, who would be wealthy and would be masters of the earth. That of the hidden one would be as black as darkness, be sold like cattle, and be perpetual slaves to the offspring of his brothers. Of course, the Arabs also captured white Saracens in Asia and sold them like cattle, but here again, logic and facts give way to belief inspired by gain, in this case, enslavement of the blacks. So he gives a reference there, 11, which is what led to discovery of the Blue Nile, page 341, by Sir Thomas Browne. Okay, interesting, right? Okay, and just here the observation as regards the lighter Negro Arabs and what they said of unmixing blacks, since it will explain the case of Negro Jews towards the latter also. Let me back up and say that again. Wow. And just here an observation as regards the lighter Negroid Arabs and what they said of the unmixed blacks, since it will explain the case of the Negroid Jews towards the latter also. It is not for a black sin, it is not necessary for people to be unmixed white to have prejudice. For a black skin, sometimes those with only an eighth of white ancestry have this prejudice too. I have known dark mulattoes, especially in West Indies, who were much more prejudiced than many European-born whites there. Lighter mulattoes in France had much more prejudice for African blacks than any white Frenchman. Now here's the part here. I kind of mentioned this here. Okay, so I was reading to get to this part right here. Incidentally, so now y'all see where I get that word from, incidentally. Incidentally, the blacks had their theory of the origin of whites also, right? Thin lips, straight hair, and white skin, they said, originated from albino ape, who was the ancestor of whites. So can you see how we did the reverse of what they did to us, right? They want to say we came from apes. So now we want to say they came from apes. Okay. It said that, incidentally, the blacks had their theory of the origin of the white race also. The thin lips, straight hair, white skin, they said, originated from an albino ape, who was the ancestor of the whites. Christianized Negroes dipping into the Bible had their origin. Watch this now. So look. I want y'all to see if you can relate to this in your Hebrew camps or in Hebrew camps you came in contact with that teach this. Watch. Or even Rudolph Windsor mentioned it in his book From Babylon to Timbuktu. But J. Rogers predates Rudolph Windsor. Now watch what he says in the book. Okay. He says, incidentally, the blacks had their theory of the origin of whites also. Thin lips. Okay, let me see it. I read that part there. He said, dipping into the Bible had their origin of the whites too. All men, they said, were originally black, right? So whose doctrine comes to mind when you hear this? All men, they said, were originally black, but that when the Most High shouted at Cain in the Garden of Eden for having killing Abel, Cain, he turned white from fright. So how many of y'all have heard the curse of Cain? Right? Rudolph Windsor is explaining where that originated from, right? Okay, this was before. Now, I don't know, you got the One West divisions that started. Okay, I don't know. It was around that same time because he was up in New York. Okay, so he may have known that school of the Hebrews, right? Okay, so that's the thought. So watch what he says. He says that all men said they were originally black, but when Yah shouted at Cain in the Garden of Eden for having killing Abel, he turned white from fright. The rabbis, on the other hand, said that Cain turned black as a curse, right? Xenophanes of 550 BC rightly observed that men made their deities in their own image, and that the deities of the Ethiopians were black and flat-nosed, like themselves. Marco Polo said that natives of Malabar make their devils white and their saints black like themselves. Okay. Now, I want to go a little further here. Something else, another Hebrew Israelite doctrine is going to be exposed here in the book. Here is right here. See if you can identify with this one here. He says another belief was and still is another belief was and still is that a white skin was the result of leprosy. How many of y'all heard that? If y'all heard that before, I'm gonna wake y'all up now because I know I've been kind of putting y'all to sleep after the ones reading. Okay. So if you ever heard that white skin was leprosy, because I've recently heard some Hebrews teach that a white person was a clean leper. I kid you not. You can't make this stuff up, right? Now, J. Rogers is exposing the origin of that teaching. He's saying, right, so that may have started with that One West because he was up in New York during this time. Okay. He said, so if you've heard that before, that a white person is a result of a clean leper or white-skinned leper, press 1. If you never heard that before, press 2, right? All right. So he says another belief is that, and still is, that white skin was the result of leprosy. I used to teach that. Voltaire thought that African albinos were descended from a race that had been whitened by leprosy. Many East Indians still believe that white people are the descendants of lepers. See that? East Indians believe that white people are descendants of lepers. T.S. Ramajam says, an Indian villager, after seeing an Englishman for the first time, asked me whether the gentleman was tainted with leprosy. That's 15 He gives a reference there. Harold Cox tells of high caste Indian woman who, on seeing white persons for the first time, said, "Why they have no skins?" Certain American Negroes also believed that white skin was caused by leprosy. How about that? There it is.
Wait a minute.
That sounds like Hebrew Israelite doctrine, right? That is taught in the camps, right? We can't teach about a covenant sons and daughters because if you don't look like me, then you Esau or you the devil or you are uh, a descendant of an albino ape or you are a descendant of what? Of a troglodyte. You can't make this stuff up, brothers and sisters. But this is the kind of stuff we have to contend with in trying to teach the covenant, that we got people that have these schools of thoughts that goes totally against what the scripture even teaches. Go outside of the rim of covenant, right? Now, let's go back in here. So he says, certain American Negroes also believed that white skin was caused by leprosy. The ancestor of the whites, they say, was Gehazi, servant of Elisha, who was cursed with leprosy for having solicited money from Naaman, right? That's 2 Kings 5:21. Some Negro preachers and expounders of the Bible have even proved that white people will not go to heaven because Jesus placed a curse on their hair. How many of you ever heard that before? As authority, they quote the parable of the sheep and the goats. Can't make this stuff up. The parable of the sheep and the goats, where the Messiah said that when he comes again in all his glory, he shall separate the sheep from the goats, place the sheep on his right hand, and say to them, "Come, blessed of the Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world." Now there is this distinction. The goats have straight hair like whites. The sheep have wool like Negroes. I wonder where he got that from, right? I wonder which one of the Hebrew camps that he was familiar with that gave that philosophy that is now being taught amongst some of those divisions, right? And even those that have broken away from that still have that belief system that was taught outside of the scriptures. Scientists have debunked this false narrative of the white race coming from another planet or vice versa. White race being from albino apes and vice versa, black being from an ape. But of one blood. The Most High made it of one blood. He divided the nations according to the 12 tribes of Israel, but of one blood he made man to dwell on the face of the earth. Right. So the book of Enoch, a line prior brought to that, which is true. The book of Enoch talks about Noah was an albino. Okay. So sometimes we read into he said, I thought about why Yaakov used goat skin to be Esau. So you already know that school of thought. But Jay Rogers is telling you where it came from, right? He said, look what he said. Right?
Look, 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 look. Look, 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 look at this. Somebody come look at this. Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
He says some Negro preachers and expounders of the Bible have even proved that white people will not go to heaven because the curse was placed on their hair. Right? The goats have straight hair like whites. The sheep have wool like Negroes. Right? So thus, um, that is the division that is taught or promulgated in on the Shabbat amongst Hebrew Israelites. And when somebody like me presents the origin of all this falsehood, you become labeled as what? Soft. Sell out. He trying to save the white man. He trying to save Esau. So, all right, let's go back into J. Rogers. Of course, all these versions of the origin of color, whether originated by unlettered blacks, he called so J. A. Rogers. Look, y'all better tell him. J. A. Rogers said you are unlettered if you teach that foolishness. Unlettered. This is J. A. Rogers. He's deceased. May he rest in peace. But he's telling y'all to teach that you are unlettered or unlearned, or in modern terminology, ignorant. He says, of course, all of these versions of origin of color, whether originated by unlettered blacks or by learned theologians, show a common kinship, right? So the doctors of divinity, he's bringing them into play. People believe that whatever that pastor said from the pulpit, because he's got a doctor's divinity, and they want to know what school did he go to, right? J. Rogers said, look, I'm self-taught. I got more knowledge than these clowns that went to theological seminaries and got doctors of divinity. Because they have a platform and a position where they can teach the truth, they manipulate the people with falsehood, right? So we're exposing the falsehood that comes from the people that's supposedly educated. Those that are uneducated in this world system have more sense than the people that have been educated in the world system, because you're living in a false world. You're trying to support your prejudiced ideas and ideologies when Yah said that he made of one blood, right? Of one blood. I gotta pull it out now. I mentioned it's the second time I mentioned it, so now I gotta pull it out. It's Acts 17:26, right? So let's read it. Right? Acts 17:26. And have made of one blood all nations of men for to dwell on all the face of the earth, and have determined the time before and the bounds of their habitation. Stop the madness. Stop teaching this hate-filled doctrine that the so-called white man can't be saved because they're evil, or they are troglodytes, descendants of the fallen, and all of that foolishness. Buffoonery. That's what it is. Stupidity. It's unlearned, as J. Rogers calls it, unlettered blacks. So when you go against that teaching, you must be a lettered black. Because the opposite of unlettered is to be lettered, right? So unlettered blacks teach that false doctrine that Esau's the white man and can't be saved. But lettered blacks teach that, the Most High made us of one blood. They don't have angel DNA, fallen Nephilim DNA, and we got Noetic DNA from Adam, right? Oh, they wasn't a part of the curse of Cain that was white skin, or the curse of Gehazi, the curse of leprosy made white people cursed with this curse of leprosy. When are we going to start teaching the truth and stop teaching falsehood? We can't reach the world. We can't be a kingdom of priests while we're teaching false concepts of prejudice because our hearts are wicked. And anybody that comes against that doctrine now, you soft and you weak and you seller. Here, seller. You dumb, stupid Hebrew Israelite. Like my brother Chicago said, I said it and I ain't taking it back. Anybody that teaches that is teaching dodo bringing attic idiocentric doctrine. Jay Rogers calls you out on the card. May he rest in peace. Right? So once again, he says those that teach that are the versions of color, whether originate by the unlettered blacks or by the learned theologians, show a common kinship. Theology, whether it be Jewish, Christian, Buddhist, Muslim, Shinto, or just plain heathen, is largely an excursion of a folk mind into the realm of unsubstantiated and incoherent. Tell the racists to put that in their pipe and smoke it. He called you all out. He called the Hebrew Negroites that teach that foolishness. He's calling out the Christian black supremacists that teach that foolishness. He's calling the European, the white Southern Baptists that used to teach that foolishness, the Church of Mormons that teach that foolishness, right? And the Christian white nationals that believe that, hold those views. He's calling every last one of them out. He's calling you out. He's saying, stop it. You are ignorant, unlettered, right? And learn with your doctors of divinity that have taught you falsehoods. Jeremiah 16:19, 5-7, heritage lies, right? Okay. Yes, indeed. So, thank you for that, brother. He said, hit the likes. All right, hit the likes. Go ahead, hit the like. I know y'all gonna like this, y'all, because this channel would blow up if I started preaching all that hate-filled doctrine. I'd be standing wrong. Even boy, this room would be full, right? All right. So he says the ideals up here and there are passed up into system. Let me back up a second. So he says that theology, whether it be Jewish, Christian, Buddhist, Muslim, Shinto, or just plain heathen, is largely an excursion of the folk mind into the realm of the unsubstantiated and incoherent. Right? I'm gonna make somebody mad today. Okay. I'm gonna make somebody good mad. Okay. So let's go back to my American Heritage Dictionary of the English language. And I want to bring into play this word he says here, incoherent. Okay? Incoherent. Okay? Incoherent is a quality condition of being incoherent, something incoherent. Incoherent. So incoherent is lacking cohesion, connection, or harmony, not coherent. Unable to think or express one's thoughts in a clear or orderly manner. Incoherent, right? Okay, so incoherent comes from the word coherent, which means what? Sticking together, cohering, marked by orderly, logical, or aesthetically consistent related to parts and essays. How about that? Logical. So, in other words, so what he's saying is that you're incoherent. So you're teaching that Esau is the white man is not logical. White man can't be saved is not logical. White man is a beast is not logical. Black man is a beast is not logical. Black man is cursed with the curse of Cain, curse of Ham is not logical. It's convenient to those that want to use it for whatever they want to use it for. Okay. Now, so he says it's incoherent, right? Ideas picked up here and there are passed up into a system. The theologian of whatever faith is largely a romancier. For him, miracles do happen as in pagan myths and in fairy tales. Then he goes here. Some sources that connect contacts of whites and blacks in prehistory. He got some references here. Okay, all right. Got his sources here. All right. We're going to, let's see. Let me go to my notes and see what time it is. 11:30. Okay. 11:30. Let's see. What do I want to cover for I get ready to shut down? Let's see if I can fast track right quick. Okay. So what page was that I just left? That's page, this chapter, this page 17 is chapter 2. Okay, let's see. All right. Okay, chapter 2, page 22. Let's do a little bit. Let's do a little faster. That's right. That's right, Brother Dollar. He said, not only is it not logical to go to the scripture, that's correct. Coach Sherry said, thank you. Truth shall make you free. You know, that's right. We teach the truth. We don't teach color prejudice. I mean, okay, now where was I here? So what I want to do, I want to go to page 22, I think. So, some of this I covered last week with the Greeks, so I'm gonna skip past that. Let's see what I want to bring out here. It is not. It is quite possible also the color prejudice of whites for blacks began in prejudice among whites for shades of their own color. I refer to the so-called science of how you said physiognomy, which rate individuals as good or bad, desirable or undesirable on their physical traits. Pseudoscience probably originated in the East, a very ancient Indian work tells us how to judge character by eyes, height, hair color, and so on. But the work to which it owes development had power in the West by Aristotle, right? So we read Aristotle last week. Okay. Soft, silky hair, Aristotle said, was a sign of cowardice. Of course, meant courage to provide curly gently at the ends. Course one meant courage, provided it curled gently at the ends. If it curled too much or was woolly like the Ethiopians, then it signified the same as the soft, silky one, which means cowardice, right? Okay, all right. So I'm not going to read that because we kind of covered it last week. So that's Aristotle. Okay. Check this out right here. This is interesting here, right? You ever heard this concept before? It said even the Ethiopians where white skin was never admired, and it's hardly so now. A very dark skin, especially when accompanied by pronounced Negro features, are somewhat looked down on. So you ever wonder why certain Ethiopians look at you if you're a dark complected person? They look in America, they look down at you. This explains that, right? The complexion of the latter is usually that of the dark mulatto and is probably due to mixture with the Portuguese, who occupied that region from 1490 to 1653. But at no time in the East from Alexander to now has the prejudice of whites been as strong as that of mulattoes in the British West Indies for blacks. Okay, that's interesting. Good stuff there. Okay, let's see. I want to go to page 22. So let's get past something. What is this here? This book is so good, man. It's got so much stuff in it. I don't have time to go through the whole thing. But I want to piece out something. Okay, we're at 22. I said 22, right? You're talking about the pre Islamic world. It was otherwise in the colonies. Racial heresies took root freely and were even preached from Christian pulpits in the Anglo-Saxon colonies that blacks were called pre-Adamites. That is offspring of Cain and Ham. The Catholics still taught a common origin of all men, but in time accepted the Ham legend and the Noah curse on blacks. Interesting, right? Okay. Okay, so look at this image here. This is number. So if you look at this number one, you see you got 1, 2, 3, and 4. So number one is Neolithic youth. That's number one. This one here, Neolithic youth. Number 2, Osiris. Oh, look at the face though. That you see horror movies, right? You see faces like that in horror movies. What are they trying to say, right? 3, General Ara. That's 3. This one here. And 4 is Akhenaten. That's Akhenaten. So these are all in the British Museum, right? Of course, he went there to snap shots of these images that he included in his book. Let's see. What was it? There was a quote that I wanted to read from there. Let me see. Okay, so the first colonizers. Is it page 22? Page 22. The first colonizers. Okay, so I must got my pages wrong. Bear me a second because some kind of way I got my pages mixed up. Hold on. Let me do this right quick. Okay, here it is, page 23. I had the wrong page. All right, I found it. I had to do word search. Okay, so Let's go back up here a little bit. Okay, so we showed you this images here, right? Okay, let's see. Let's start with that. We started at the end of the paragraph. Color prejudice was never so strong among the Spaniards and Portuguese in Americas as among the Anglo-Saxons. And read it again, right? Color prejudice was never so strong among Spaniards and Portuguese in the American as among the Anglo-Saxons. They had not only been living among black people from the earliest times, as will be seen later, but were considerably mixed with them. Spaniards treated the dark-skinned Indians of the West Indies very cruelly, but this was not much to white imperialism as it was to Christian imperialism. How about that? The Indians were ungodly heathen, and the Spaniards felt that God had delivered them into their hands precisely as he did the dark-skinned Jews when they entered Canaan, firmly believing that their Jehovah had delivered the Amalekites, Jebusites, and others in their hands to be slaughtered. For cruelty based on color, French in Haiti came first, the Dutch in Guyana second, and the English in the West Indies third. The last greater sticklers for law and morality found greatness justification for the treatment of blacks in the curse of Ham. I have given something of the where and when, the birth and growth of color prejudice as primarily of dealing directly with race mixture somewhat now of the why. And I said that the faint beginnings of color prejudice exist in Egypt and quoted Massey to the effect, therefore, my theory of its origin there is this. The first colonizers of Egypt were probably the black woolly-haired Ethiopians. The blackest of all peoples as writers of times, as Strabo calls them, Diodorus Siculus, first of the world historians, said that Ethiopians claimed they had colonized Egypt, and archaeology seems to confirm them. In fact, the earliest known Egyptians and Badarians, a Neolithic people, were Negroid. Okay. To this black colony, hold on a second. To this black colony migrated fairer peoples from the north. There is at least one instance of these white savages landing there and being made prisoners immediately. In time of mulatto race arose, more whites came in until the time a struggle for power between lighter and darker Egyptians grew. This much is certain, however, at no time did color rivalry become strong enough to prevent native Egyptian blacks or even Nubian blacks from holding positions of high power. In fact, this would have been difficult to do since most of the military was black. Also, in the 8th century BC, the Ethiopians or unmixed blacks not only dominated all Egypt but swept into Asia Minor. If certain of the earlier pharaohs of native stock at Thutmose the third, I guess it's Thutmose, Seti the Great, Amenphis the third, and Akhenaten were not unmixing black; they were very near it. Others, as Ramses III, were undoubtedly white. Egyptian pharaohs ranged in color from white to jet black. Okay, all right. Whew. J. Rods gets a little too deep for me sometimes. Here's an image of a mixed marriage of 3000 BC. It says Prince. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the picture. My head turned sideways. It says a mixed marriage of 3000 BC. Prince evidently white and princess of Cheops family. Cheops was the builder of the Great Pyramid. So he's saying that this pharaoh is called the Prince Oh, princess. No, sorry. The prince. The prince. So this one here you can see it's kind of sideways. So I'm kind of looking at it sideways. I could actually rotate the page. Let's rotate the page. Okay, there we go. Ooh, that makes it easier. Okay, all right. There we go. All right. So he says a mixed marriage of 3000 BC family. Cheops was builder of the Great Pyramid. Cheops. Prince. Evidently white. So he's saying that this pharaoh was white. And look at the wife. That's the princess of Cheops. Look at her. He got this in Europe, so I mean, I don't know, man. That's interesting, right? That's interesting. So I guess he was Gentile. He was the son of Japheth. Okay, that's interesting, though. I never seen that before. All right, let's get my page back on track. Cheops was built a great pyramid, but the greatest reason for the color prejudice is avarice. I said that the Arabs themselves of Negro stock used their version of the Ham story to exploit and enslave Central African blacks. The mulattoes of Haiti were also cruel exploiters of blacks. One factor contributing greatly to the success of explorers of the blacks is inferiority complex of large numbers of whites who compensated for the frustration of life by looking down on Negroes. They need someone to be better than in order to feel really alive. This, in time, develops into hatred and mob violence. That's true. J.A. Rogers. J. Rogers was deep. he bust a whole lot of stuff up, a lot of stuff that even some of the Hebrew camps teach and believe. Now, that's interesting how that he pointed out that one of the pharaohs was white, so to speak, white, who married a Negro uh, princess. So it was a bunch of mixing going on, right? So which means that their descendants would be mulattoes, right, in Egypt. Okay, not saying the whole civilization looked like the white pharaoh, but he's saying that this pharaoh was white. So which may explain some of the images that you may see of Caucasian-looking Egyptians. Okay, I'm just saying. J. Rogers, he was a deep brother. I haven't been to England to see these. I'm just looking at his book. I'm gonna go though. You watch. I'm gonna see what he saw. I'm going into. I'm gonna go to the Vatican. I'm gonna go look at their archives. They let me in there. They gonna let me in there. I'm gonna go in there with my camera. I'm gonna take some pictures. I'll put it in my book. I like to expose the truth. What are their likeness colors? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, my brother. The more be deep sometimes. You be getting real deep, man. I be like, I be trying to comprehend where you coming from, brother. You be throwing it out there. You like messing with me. Can you elaborate a little more on that question? All right. Let's see. So we go here. The greatest reason for color prejudice is avarice, right? Okay. So I read that part. Let's see. Let's go to. Incidentally, when whites look down on Negroes, they are being so superior as we think. Well, black slaves who had been born in America used to look with contempt not only on the newly arrived ones from Africa, but on the poverty-stricken whites, for whom they coined the term poor white trash. The British West Indies are still mulattoes who look on blacks with as much contempt as certain American whites do on both. Did you know that? Did you ever, especially if you are, see, I don't get too much of that because I'm like bright, but most of the darker people have problems with some of those West Indies people. They like me. They trying to figure out who is this cat? What's his ancestry? You know what? I used to hate being light when I was younger because people used to tease me, but now I can be mutual now. People try to figure out. Somebody asked me one time, "He Gentile, you got to eat him like that." Only Pastor Dow.
That's the truth and the true straight way.
I don't know. People said Pastor Dow's father. I don't know. I don't know Pastor Dow like that. Okay. Let's go back to the book. J. Rogers is a deep brother, though. After the blacks and mulattoes of Haiti and Ducas on Bush Negroes of Dutch Guyana had won their freedom, the United States led in cruelty to Negroes. A physiognomy bloomed into science and actually dominated anthropology to the end of the First World. Folk beliefs about Ham and the Gibeonites are still common in parts of the South, even as they are in the dominion of South Africa and Kenya convoy. So, the Gibeonites. Interesting, right? The chief surviving dogma of the slave era on race is that regarding so-called intermarriage, intermixture is bad, especially that of the Negro and the white woman. Mating of white man and Negro woman is not so objectionable, provided there is no marriage. 28 states still penalize mixed marriages. That's during his time. Economic motive here is clear. Slave masters were great promoters of misogyny, especially after the abolition of the slave trade in 1808. When they went in for slave breeding on a large scale, white men, including students, were encouraged to cohabit with Negro women. Mulattoes meant more mammies, concubines, and butlers who usually fetched a higher price than the unmixed Negro of fields. Mating of Negroes and white women, on the other hand, helped to smash exploitation as based on color of skin. Okay. In the chapter to follow, I shall show that the issue of intermarriage belongs to the same class of rubbish as the physiognomy of Aristotle and the Ham legends of the rabbis. Furthermore, that if so-called instructive repugnance to it is proof of its validity, that certain mulattoes, a class that is looked down on by whites, do also object to marriage of unmixed blacks and white women because it threatens their position of superiority. A writer on Haiti says that once when a black man arrived from America with the white wife, the occasion called forth from the mulatto clerk's remarks very similar to those uttered on the occasion by an American shipmaster in the harbor. Okay. Okay, so let's kind of fast track real quick. Let's see, what time is it? It is 11:52. Let's see how far I can go by 12. Okay. So this part we kind of covered last week, the Negroes in Greece. Okay, we kind of talked about that. You might want to go back to look at the lesson from before. But it says this very similar fact about color prejudice, where you would expect to find it most is least, and namely in Europe, homeland of the whites. This is true of most ancient times to the present. And contrary to popular belief, as I shall show, Negroes were in certain areas abundant. Moreover, whites, especially of the upper classes, were fascinated by them. There was a great vogue, a fad for having them about long before Christian era and down to the middle of the 19th century. Most royal and noble palaces from Sicily to northern Russia had them. Tall, cold, black Negroes of magnificent physique were a feature of the palaces of the Caesars. As late as 1917, R.W. Wood, House and Garden, 1933, tells of great popularity of Negroes with the noble ladies of England, France, Venice, and Spain. Look at that. So he says, tall, cold, black Negroes of magnificent physique were a feature of the palaces. How about that? They were great popularity of Negroes with the noble ladies of English, France, Venice, and Spain, right? Nowhere in early European literature have I been able to find any such sentiment appeal of racial kinship as exists in the United States and South Africa. Even when the Negroes came into Europe as conquerors, wait a minute, brother, wait a minute. When the Negroes came into Europe as conquerors, wait a minute, one more time.
Wait a minute.
When the Negroes came into Europe as conquerors, one more time.
Wait a minute.
When the Negroes came into Europe as conquerors. Wait a minute. So you said the Negroes came into Europe as slaves. He said the Negroes came into Europe as conquerors. Somebody lying. Somebody is lying. He said the Negroes came into Europe as conquerors. Right? Let's read it again. When he said, even when the Negroes came into Europe as conquerors. So he said, nowhere in earlier European literature have I been able to find any such sentiment to appeal to racial kinship as exists in the United States and South Africa. So United States and South Africa, he's saying, in his estimation at his day, is the two most racial prejudiced places on the doggone planet. United States hides the racism through politics. Okay? It's called black inferiority and white superiority. Not realizing that the races, the so-called black and white, have been mixing for centuries. How do you figure that one out? All right. So he says, I have not been able to find any such sentiment appeal to racial kinship as existed in the United States and South Africa, even when the Negroes came into Europe as conquerors. This appeal is pure invention of the colonial whites to bind themselves together to further the exploitation of darker people. Read that again. This appeal is a pure invention of colonial whites to bind themselves together to further the exploitation of darker people. Today, even in England, the European country where color prejudice is strongest, the black man who be Jim Crow in the United States, refuse service in Brazil, or dare not to step on the sidewalk in South Africa may enter into the best hotel or restaurant and receive the finest courtesy. The average Englishman at home has, in fact, much less prejudice towards unmixed blacks than some mulattoes in the West Indies of South America. But, that kick. But This freedom from prejudice for black skin in the earlier centuries of Europe was not due to any particular benevolence towards minorities and weaker groups. It, if it happened that a Negro like a white belonged to one of the groups, he too felt the iron heel indiscriminately. Even those of his own color who were on top joined into the oppression. Whites oppress other whites in Europe as cruelty as they later treated Indians and Negroes in the New World. How about that for hypocrisy? Nor was the absence of color prejudice in Europe due to the reason generally given fewness of Negroes. European animosities were chiefly those of sex, class, and religion and nationality. Women were the first to be oppressed. They had, on the whole, no rights that a man was bound to respect. Herodotus tells how every virgin, regardless of rank, had to give herself in the temple of Venus, Mylitta, to any man who wanted her. So that's prostitution, right? This happened not only. Sorry. Wait a bit. I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna say something. Somebody might get offended. I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna keep moving. All right. Everything, however bad and shameful that whites for colonies said about Negroes can be equally by what white men said about white women. Did you know that? Most of the earlier writers, pagans and Christians, were contemptuous of them, and the old Latin proverb ran, Nux asinus malari verberi upos hambent. A nut, a donkey, a woman need the whip. How about that? Let's see. Oh, there is nothing worse in the world than a woman be she never so good. Simodius. Okay, all right, that's interesting stuff. Okay, so they're talking about the prejudice against women. Okay, so let's go further. We read this last week about the about Zeus being the Negroes first worship in Greece and Rome. The white man bowed down to the black deities. The rites of Apollo were founded by Delphos and his Negro mother, Milanus, and the worship of black Isis and Horus was popular in Rome and Roman colonies as far as North Britain, when this later evolved into the worship of black Madonna and black Christ. Christian whites also bowed down to them. I think, I want to say Lion Pride says something about that. Well, somebody said something about that bowing down. Okay. Oh, here it is. This is what he said here. We bow to white Jesus, and that's not in the Bible. What is in the Bible is burn brass, dark skin. Right. Okay. Yeah. Very good. Okay. Now, so back here, he said, Negroes were first worshipped in Greece and Rome. White masters bow down to black deities, the rites of Apollo. Okay. Found Delphos, the Negro mother. So, okay. So I read that part there. In fact, one of these black Madonnas was a Sudanese woman of the 13th century. How about that? They were also Negro saints in Catholic Church in Europe. Okay, so he goes on, talks about the Moors of Granada were forbidden to bring in more blacks from Africa in the 1560s. Okay, so all right, so that's Greece. Now, let's see. We talked about most of this stuff last week. Okay, Negroes from Greece. We showed you this image last week. I'll show it to you again on the screen. So these are Negroes from Greece. Coins of the Negro head. Melinus, the mother of Delphos, founder of the rites of Apollo. Circe is 3. This is Circe. Did you know that was Circe? That's Circe, the Greek Circe, right? Look at her. Homer's Odyssey. The others represent various subjects, right? Okay. So Okay, so we showed this image last week too. This is Negroes from ancient Greece. Artemis, goddess of chastity. Negro Amazon, that's number 2. Amazon, there goes your Amazon pride. Shh, boo boo. Amazon left center vase. Negro, a white woman, that's number 2. Negro, oh, right here. Negro, a white woman. Okay. Um, and soldiers 35. Soldiers, this one here. Okay. Circe, famed for her magical powers, is represented as a Negro woman. Some writers think she's drawing grotesque because its features aren't Greek, but it is racially correct. Circe, according to the legends, was the daughter of Attis, king of Colchis, and Herodotus says Colchians were Negroes. Circe's sister was Medea, famous source associated with Jason and the Golden Fleece. She was honored as the goddess of Corinth, and figures such as writings of Pindar, Euripides, and others. So that's Medea, right? Medea, I think, is where the name for the Medes came from, Medea. Okay, so they were named after a black deity. How about that? So all of the lands, it's kind of interesting how that a lot of the lands were named after deities such as Asia, Europa, Medea, etc. So these were named after these were named after black gods and goddesses, right? So a lot of the lands today, the name Asia is not connected to a European; it's connected to an African person, deity. All right. Okay, let's go back in here. All right. A. Zimmerman says the Greeks thought Negroes were very interesting looking people and were amused at their woolly hair, but they show no trace of color prejudice. Interesting. Let's see. What's this here? Greeks of the classical period says Perdrezet knew Negroes of diverse varieties from the most thick-lipped, woolly-haired, flat-nosed sons of Ham, or handsome, fine, elegant, pleasuring Nubians, or, to use their ancient name, Ethiopians. Since Negroes were so well thought of, there must have been considerable mating of them with whites. But there is little mention of it. With no color prejudice, there is evident would be any. With no color prejudice, there evidently would be any. Okay, all right. Had there been other objections to race crossing, we would undoubtedly have known of it. For instance, we know positively how the early colonists of Massachusetts, Maryland, Virginia felt about miscegenation. But from the Greek and Roman literature, which succeeds by far in volume writings of early colonists, we learn almost nothing, although Negroes were abundant, especially in Rome. Therefore, if 2,000 years hence one looks back on early colonial history as we are now looking at classical one, he would be justified in saying that the Greeks and Romans are a comparison, were free from color, antipathy. The early American colonists had laws against mating of whites and blacks, and the ancients had none. Okay. Whew, so much here in this book. Let's see. There goes Aristotle. Okay, so much more on Greece. Okay, let's see. How much time? What time is it? Is it 12 o'clock yet? It's 12 o'clock. Okay. Rather than prolonging this stream, I'm gonna go ahead and end right here. I want to go through this Rome. What I might do is I'll grab me something to eat, and then I'm gonna get back on the camera. I'll probably do because I want y'all to see it's more to this than what I was able to present in this space. But I want you to see uh, these are some images that are in Rome. But he goes away talking about the intermixing of the Romans. And he goes and talks about Rome, how Rome was a melting pot, secondly, a variety of the United States, Brazil. All races of the world met and mingled there. Rome traded with China, so they're probably Chinese too. Droves of fair Britons, Celts, Gauls, Teutons, Slavs, Spaniards, Moors, Persians, Egyptians, Ethiopians, Sudanese, and Nigerians were brought to Rome. Martial, okay, AD 40 to 102, mentions Thracian, Samaritans, peoples from the Nile at its sources, Arabs, Sabians, Sicilians, Semcabrians, Germans with twisted hair, and Ethiopians with woolly hair as some of the peoples to be seen at the game. Modern historians as Cacopino, Frank and Barrow, and Dury mention Rome's racial variety. All the barbaric peoples, all the conquered were represented, says Duray. Slaves were so numerous in Rome, says Pliny, that we require the services of nomenclator even to tell us the names of our servants. Negroes were brought primarily from Greece, Carthage, Egypt, Sudan, Morocco, like the whites and near whites from the east were possessed first through the great slave markets on the islands of Delos and later through Corinth and Carthage. Rome itself became still later the greatest slave market of antiquity. Strabo, BC 63 to AD 21. Whites and blacks were sold indiscriminately. Slaves were employed at not only menial tasks as street cleaners, but actors, tutors, secretaries, counselors, physicians. Among occupation of Negroes, as named by Roman writers, were actors, dancers, acrobats, soldiers, gladiators, priests of Isis, outriders, litter bearers, charioteers, bath attendants, cooks, waiters, domestic divers, boot blacks, and the like. Others were conductors of elephants, who sometimes were of high military rank. Some slaves rose to be rulers in all but name, such says Carcapino, were often gored with wealth and honors as Narcissus and Eualus, who held absolute authority in Caesar's name over the wealth and life of his subjects. Two others mentioned the juvenile were Licinus and Crispinus. The later favorite, Domitian, was enormously rich. He was an Egyptian juvenile, called him one of the dregs of the Nile. The color of these powerful enslaved was not given, but some were undoubtedly Negroes that were dark skinned and clear. Dark skin is clear. It is was the custom to whiten the chalk and naked feet to newly arrival slaves exposing for sale. Such slaves that appeared from juvenile were those from east, certain of the feet, already white blind ones from the north would not be white. Pliny mentions Pallas as coming with whitened feet. Pedibus, Albus, and Juvenal does so in Licinius and Crispinus. Pallas, freedman, the emperor of Claudius, was lower of the impress. Later in Greece and Turkey, we shall see clear proof of unmixed Negroes, a long time of them holding power as great or greater than these Roman ex-slaves. How about that? So that's he says, in Greece and Turkey. That's interesting. Oh, that's real interesting, right? Whites of skin made it no easier for a slave. Fair British slaves, according to Cicero, were the least desirable of all the barbarians brought to Rome. How about that? Man, look at that. Human nature being what it is, there are undoubtedly animosities which had color of skin as outward sign, but it could not have been serious since the upper class, unlike those of Haiti, Venezuela, or the United States, did not encourage them. In Rome and in all the ancient world, a slave was a slave. In fact, the racial variety was so great that it was impossible to set off any one group as American, where white indentured servants were set against the Negro one. In ancient Rome, a slave was valued according to his ability. So it's kind of like the working force today, where they rate you. You hire your employer will hire you based on your skill sets, as they say. Roman literature, though abundant, was very little on color prejudice. These Negroes were plentiful. In fact, the chief passages used to prove other antipathy can be limited to three from one writer. Juvenal of the second century AD in attacking Romans' wives for general misconduct, one of which is illicit sex relations with Negroes. He says that these matroons are likely to bear black children, offspring of color than one would not rather not see of a morning, right? So basically, what we're seeing here is, um, and I'll kind of amplify a little bit of this in a separate video, but we see that the, there's no way, there's no pure blood, because he's saying back even in Rome during those days, Rome was like a melting pot. So it was a lot of mixing going on, even in Rome, right? So yeah, so he has a lot here in this Roman section, and okay. So we'll get to that's the end of the Roman section. So Roman section is a pretty big section, right? Then he goes into racial intermixture in Spain and Portugal, right? Now, if we go back to my index, you'll see the chapters in the book, right? So we got Negroes in ancient Greece, whites and blacks in ancient Rome, racial intermixture in Spain and Portugal, the Negro as a Moor, aristocratic European families, whites and blacks in Greece and Turkey and Italy and Germany, the Negro ancestry in French, the Negro ancestry in the Anglo-Saxons, the Negro ancestry in white America, and recent mixed marriages. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to see if I can make a short video clip, a part two of this, where I will just highlight certain sections of each one of those mixtures in those countries as an addendum to this particular video. So I'm going to end that there. And I appreciate your time, brothers and sisters, for joining us. And I know it's kind of a little abstract. I apologize. I didn't have the opportunity to sit and go through my notes because of my work schedule this week. So in tackling a book like J. Rogers' book, you gotta have time to be able to do an outline and pull a point. We're gonna go here, and bam, that's it. So I didn't have opportunity to do that because of my schedule this week. But prayerfully, you got something out of what we shared today. What line of process? What when my hair is cut close, the Indians from India, you can't tell me from them. I grow my afro on purpose to shut that love melanin wife. Push just yeah, pass into all. All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Did I miss anybody else's comment? Let's see. These brothers headed to the assembly. All right. Shabbat shalom. Brother Lamar came back and said, "What fact or fiction? If we were made in Yah's image and heritage, what's Satan's heritage of evil people?" Um, Brother Lamar, you a deep brother. I keep saying you. If we're made in Yah's image and heritage, what's Satan's heritage of evil people? The short answer to that is anybody that is anti-Torah is Satan's people. That's the bottom line. The decipher between the people of Yah and the people of Hasatan, Satan, the devil, etc., is those who, even Paul mentions it. I'm going to go ahead and close this part out. If you want to hang around, we'll do that. We'll close this out for those that have to leave, right? So stick around there, my brother. I want to close out here. So, Father, I thank and praise you for all those that join us on this live stream, those that will come later on, those that don't come in contact with this channel at all, but are keeping the covenant of Yah, those that are keeping the Shabbat. We pray the peace of Yah pass all comprehension, keep hearts and mouth of Yahshua the Messiah to meet at the appointed time. Hallelujah. 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 Torah Yah. Amen. And we'll see you all again at the appointed time. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Okay, Brother Lamar, are you still there? Told everybody for that. Ak Digital told everybody for the super chat, my brother. Yes, indeed. Brother Gent, brother Lamar, are you still there? So, I mean, to answer the question that you asked me, where's the question at now? I'm looking for your question. Okay, here we go. So the question was fact or fiction. If we were made in the image of Yah and heritage. Okay. The so just kind of want to just kind of who was made in the image of Yah. You go back. It was Adam and Kuwa who were made in the image, right? So if we go to, let's just say, back to the beginning, right? All of our answers should come from the scriptures, right? So Genesis 1:26, the Most High says, let me see, hold on a second. The Most High says, let us make man. Okay, so let's look at the Hebrew. Let's be real analytical about this, my brother. About your question. Let's be analytical about this, okay? He said, let us, this fret, the thing is that I want to bring out in the English, the text, as we know, wasn't written in English. So to make sense out of it, we have to look at it in its purest form, which is in the Hebrew text. And we do have, with using this tool like this, we do have the Masoretic or the Yiddish variation of the language, which is going to give us the thought process. We just got to dig deep into it, right? So Elohim said, so you got the word, let me bring this back up on the screen. So you got the word Elohim, which is the plural of Elohim. So in Hebrew 101, El, and this is how I get my non-messianics. This one here. Okay. El is singular, right? Elohim is plural. Okay? So Elohim is not limited to two. Are you following where I'm going? So if Elohim is not limited to two or three, but Elohim could be an innumerable number. Elohim could also refer to the Malachim, because when you add Elohim, it's more than one. When you say El, right, you're talking about one, right? So going back to the text, so he said, it's in the Hebrew, it says, and Elohim said. So in other words, this would be the whole operation. In other words, it was an agreement amongst the council of Yah, the government of Yah. It was the Elohim, right? So the operation of Yah, which would include the Messiah, which would include the Holy Spirit or the Ruach HaKodesh, which is 7, not 1. See, Christianity teaches us that the Holy Spirit what we call Ruach Kadash is one, but it's not one, it's seven. Okay? So, at least we know if we're saying, let us, then he's saying, the Most High is saying, let us, the seven, make man in our image, the seven. So when you say, okay, now let's go back because I want, brother Lamar, you deeps, you can handle this. Some people get lost when we break it down. All right, so here we go. So the Elohim, now we're clear that the Elohim consists of not just one, but of more than one. Okay. More accurately, seven, right? You say, well, brother, what? How do we get seven if the Ruach is one? Well, you go to Revelation and talks about the seven spirits of Yah, right? You go to Isaiah, right, where he says the characteristics of the Ruach, or the spirit of Yah, right? Okay, so that's seven. It's not one. Okay, Christianity gave you one, gave you Trinity. In the ancient days, the Most High had a cabinet, which included the Ruach, which is the seven. So you have nine right there. The third part of that operation is the fallen one, which is Hasatan. He will make 10. Okay, but anyway, I don't want to go. I went too far on that. Let me go back. Okay. All right. So Yah said, Elohim, that is the operation of Yah, said, let us, and now we get the word asa. Okay. Because the us is inclusive of the Elohim. Okay. So the Elohim, or the cabinet of Yah, said we agree to do what? To asa, to do, to make, right? To make Adam, okay? To make Adam, okay? In our image and after our likeness. So we're going to make Adam, okay? So Adam, I got in trouble for teaching this. Somebody cut me off, told me that I wasn't, told me that I wasn't anointed, that it was my opinion. And the point I made was this, is that the woman is in the man, not the other way around. The woman was made to be the helpmeet to the man, not the other way around. And for that doesn't work pretty good in today's day and time with the women's liberation movement, because women have made the man being the head or being the cover of the family, have made that to be a male supremacist, or a how do you say it? Misogynist, is that the word I'm looking for? Narcissistic person, because the man is all about him, right? But the headship is all about protection, right? So the point I was making was that the woman was in the man, not the other way around. And I had made a point. I said, well, a female is not a woman until she has a husband. And I got beat up over the head over that. And somebody cut me off and said she wasn't going to subscribe. So she's unsubscribing and wasn't going to attend to Shabbat streams no more, which is fine. I mean, it's your personal time and space. If you feel like that this channel is not important for you to tune in on a Shabbat, I have nothing against a person that want to. But if we want to follow the operation for protection, right, it's kind of like I said in the lesson, right? If you got rear wheel drive, right, okay, and riding in a like like right now, since it's weather change and up here all the snow and melted in my driveway. I had stones in my driveway, so the mud has risen, and now my wheels spin. So for me to be able to get my vehicle in and out of the lane, I had to put my 4-wheel drive on, right? So the rear wheel is just as important as the front wheel. But if you got front wheel drive without any extra push, it's going to be hard to move that vehicle where it's going. So when you use all the wheels for its purpose, okay, the purpose of the woman is to push her husband, not the other way around. And then people get because when a woman pushes the husband, everything that she desires to have met is going to be met. Why? Because that man is going to see to it that she gets what she needs. That's what we've created as our purpose, right? Okay, but so anyway, so he said, "Let us make man." The point I brought that up was in this particular verse. He said, "Let us make man," and he called Adam. He didn't say Kawah. At this time, the woman was in the man. Let us make man in our image and in our likeness. And now look, that's why you got to look at the phraseology. Okay, so you got man, let's make Adam in the Salem. Okay, so the image, going back to what your question was, is make, it says meaning shade, right? So the image, the English is the word Salem in the Hebrew, which means shade, phantom, illusion, resemblance, right? So that's what he said. So when you look at shade is cover. So the man is the shade, right? Okay. Adam is the shade, the cover. That's headship of the man who was first made. Okay. Shade, right? The woman is not the shade. The man is the shade, the cover, right? To protect, to shield, right? And you go back to Genesis, and said the Most High put the man in the garden to keep it, the protector. So the man is a protector. So to be made in Salem means that you are a protector, right? A phantom. So if we look at this word phantom, right? And let's go to my, in fact, let's double this up here. Let's double it up. Maybe I messed up now. I'm trying to double it up. Let's do it this way. I want to go to my American Heritage Dictionary. So let's double this down. All right, let's close this. I don't know what all this is. I got this stuff open. Okay. All right. Put that there. Put this one over here. And now what I want to do is I want to look at this word phantom. 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 Something apparent, seen, heard, sensed, but having no physical reality. How about that? How about that? An image that appears only in the mind. So in other words, so a man is a covering shade, right? That has a vision. So that's what the Most High. Oh man, this is good. You brought something out that I wasn't even looking at in a particular angle. The man was created with a vision and to be a cover, not the woman. He made Adam. The woman was in Adam. So in Adam was what? Cover was what? Protection was what? Vision, right? Then the other word in that is, okay, let's just do this real quick. Let's look at shade. Shade, shade, okay. A light diminished intensity, a result of interception of the rays. How about that? How about that? And then illusion. So look up illusion. 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 An erroneous an erroneous perception of reality. Okay? Huh. Interesting. Illusion means a fine, transparent, something that is ironically perceived or constructed. So all of that in the image is the illusion. It is the vision, the phantom, or the shade, the cover, right? Now, I got to go illusion, figuratively, illusion. Okay, I can see it. I can see the connection to that phantom meaning the visionary. But without the word of Yah, the illusion, the phantom, the vision will become an illusion, right? And then the last word up to that word Salem is resemblance. Okay. The state or quality of resembling, especially similar in appearance or an external superficial detail, something that resembles another, a resemblance. Okay, so the image, I think that we go too deep into that because we think that the image is talking about what the physical exterior looks like when it's more so resemblance, as the definition here says resemblance, or a state of resembling or something that resembles another or similar to. So I like that because there's another passage that says man was made in the similitude of the Most High. Let me see if I can pull that out real quick. Similitude. I think it's in Jane. Similitude. I think that's in James. Okay, similitude. Therefore we curse, we man. Oh yeah, made in the uh it's, hold on a second, I'm gonna get it. It's a James, I think it's James talking about the tongue can no man tame. Right, here we go. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So it said, therewith we bless Elohim, even the Father, and therewith we curse we men which made after the similitude of Elohim. So in the Greek text, a simulation or resemblance. Right, right. So now, okay, what you say here? The definition of these English words worry of Hebrew interpretation. So the point is, and I hope you kind of comprehended where I'm coming from, right? When you're reading the biblical text, you have to comprehend the Hebrew mind of the writer. It wasn't an Anglo-Saxon, and the Hebrew language is pictorial, right? It's active, right? other words, in the Hebrew tongue, words mean you got to do something. Only in the Eurocentric mind that you say without doing anything. James makes that very clear. He says, "Faith without works is done." Okay, King James version, not so much just King James is the issue. It's just the English period. It's just any European, even the Greek has a different mindset than the Hebraic text, right? Um, in the Greeks, they have schools of thoughts, right? So they try to process things by schools of thoughts. In Hebrew, it is what it is. If, like, for example, uh, thanks, it is the word yad, which means hand, right? And another place, thanks means todah. So with the hands, when you said give thanks, right? You mean clap the hands. It's an action word. So it's not so much the King James, but the reason why I'm using the American Heritage Dictionary of the English language, because that's what it is. Because these words that they're using are English words. So to comprehend a big word like Salim in the Hebrew, you have to look at these words in the English, right? And these letters in the Hebrew, if you look at up here on the screen, these letters in the Hebrew, they're active letters. That means to physically do something, literally, right? So I'm gonna share something. I know you probably may have heard it before. One of my first introductions to the Hebrew language was the word praise. Praise is an English word that doesn't mean nothing. It doesn't. It's not self-definitive. When you look at the Hebrew word, that different words that they use, that they translated from the Hebrew word, you get words like Tahila, right? Um, and let's see, I don't want to go too deep into it, but you got words like Tahila, which means to touch the string instruments. Um, Let me see if I can give you an example. Uh, okay, so let's see. This is an example of what I'm saying is sing praises. Okay, sing praises. Okay, so you got in this instance, okay, you got Zamar. Okay, so I guess the point I'm trying to make is this here is you got look at my screen here, you got this word Zamar, right? Now feel free if you want to come on the camera. I don't know if you camera shy, but uh, if you want to come on the camera, uh, click on this link. I'll bring you in. Make your presence known. But so that's the thing is that he said you use the King James because of his history of certain deceptions. Um, the good thing to do is if you have a Strong's concordance, I was looking to see if I had one close by. If you had a Strong's concordance, uh, hmm, I'm gonna get ready to sign off. I gotta get me something to eat, and I'm yawning too. If you had a Strong's concordance, you actually can look at that. I think the problem is I don't know if you can relate to what I'm saying. To get on camera, I don't have. Okay, let me help you here. Are you on a cell phone? Because you don't need if you don't need a mic. If you tuning in through your PC, that's different. Okay. If you if you if you go to your cell phone, right, and you tune in the channel, right, just go on your cell phone, just like this. Pick up your cell phone. If you're on your computer, you can't do it. But if you go on your cell phone, right, I hit something. Oh, if you go on your cell phone like this, and you take that link that I put in there, and you click it, it'll automatically send you to this. So this is a cell phone. This is how you can come on. And then if you do this, now I'm not going to do it because um, it might cause feedback. But once you go to your cell phone, you click the link, you're gonna get this right here. So it'll say allow access to mic. Okay, let's do it real quick, see what happens. Allow access to mic, and then it gives you an option. This will come up. It'll say allow while visiting the site. Allow while visiting the site. Boom. So now that comes up on your phone. So my phone is picking up my camera, right? So I can say join as guest. That's where you're going. That's where you're gonna get feedback, right? So I actually can bring myself in, but it's gonna cause feedback. I want to show you this here. Okay. That's kind of creepy, right? But that's all you gotta do. But that's all you got to do. Okay. That's all you got to do. So if you want to come in, if you go on your cell phone. So if you go on the cell phone, I'll give it to you again. You go on your cell phone, and I'm going to okay. So yeah, so if you go on the cell phone, click that link, and it will take you to that page I showed you. Why my shirt keep getting twisted? If you go to that, it'll take you in. Anybody can click that link. If I see we still have 14 people in. Um, if anybody got any questions outside of the subject we're talking about, feel free to ask questions. Um, I'm waiting for my main man to come back. In the meantime, I got my keyboard over here on the side. Let me see if I can tune her up right quick. Let's try this right quick. All right. I had a little fun for a minute looking in chat. Yeah, you had to look at the when I comment and you see my comments like this here. Can you see my comments? Right? Okay. That's the thing. When you see my comments, right? If you can see my comments, then you can see the link. So wherever you see my comments at, that's where you click the link. Okay. Okay. I don't see where you clicked it. So if you see my comment, then you should see the link. So look, comment, link. Okay, that's the comment, and now the link for some reason or other, it didn't give me the link, but there it is again. Okay, so if you can see my comment, you see the link. You click the link, you can come in on camera. Okay. Okay. I gotta do a little dusting because I got my keyboard over here on the side. Okay. Clicking on a link that doesn't allow me to. Oh, you probably got a block on your computer. If you have like spamware or any type of software, you have to override that. That's probably why you can't. You have to override that and just accept it and go. Oh yeah, that's me. Let me see. Let's see if I can put it on the camera. Hmm. Let's see. Remember the Clark sisters used to have a song. Uh, I can do all things through Yah that strengthens me. I can do all things through Yah that strengthens. I'm trying to think. What was the key we used to sing that? What key was that at? Was that in B flat? Wait. I had to play. I might get a copyright if I did it. I had to get the right key. Yeah, yeah. I've been playing for my whole life, man. I've been playing since I was a kid. Used to play with some of the best, you know. I do my tracks. I do my all the music you hear on the website. I mean on the intro is me. Let me see something real quick. Lamar, did you figure out how to get in online? So, I'm doing this for you. I need to get me something to eat, but let me show you something real quick. Let me see. Let me see. Let's see what I can find here. Okay, let's see. What's this here? All right, let's see. I'm gonna get something to eat, man. I'm hungry now. What happened? You kicked me out? Oh, let me see. Let's try this one here. I write my stuff. I just haven't had the time to go eat. Yeah. So look, I'm gonna go ahead and sign out. I come back. When I get some time, I'm gonna upload my other channel. I have an actual dedicated music channel where I do stuff on. But since I have been working 14-hour days, it's about coming around, brother. Since I'm just basically recuperating from the whole week. Day before Shabbat, I'm running around getting what I got to get for the upcoming week, and then Shabbat is my only time where I actually can kick back and relax. So, in the future, I'll probably stream live on my other channel. So with that said, brother, Light, good to see you, man. I shared some stuff on the channel. I know your schedule's kind of tight. I I text you by number, but here I'll give it to you again. Anybody can call me. Anybody can call me. Okay, that's my number there. Anybody had a number can call me. 443-480-31. That's my number. He used to send it to his phone. I texted you last week. Look at your text. Why you be giving me a hard way to go? Didn't I text you? I called you. I called you. I called you, and then I text you, and you said, "Shalom." Who did? Right? I just sent you a text. I said, "Shalom." There you go. That's me. Right? All right. For the 12 people that still left tuning on live, we'll see y'all again next Obama. Go ahead and sign out. I got to get something to eat now. Figure out what I'm going to do for the part 2 of this. All right. Peace out. Shalom.